try to say the same thing thousands of ways. Yeah, just trying to get through. So how many people weren't here last night? Oh, great. All right. So. After you start listening, you'll be happy you weren't here. Well, last night I did a little bit of the story, but I'll do it much briefer. You know. I really feel everyone has a case of self-centeredness. I think it's like the stock version. Yeah? And then to me, alcoholism is an amplification of self-centeredness. So
well, there are so many different ways that a conjured self can express itself. And a conjured self will express itself based on what it believes it knows. It cannot figure out any other way to express other than what it believes, and also from what it knows, those beliefs are conjured. So, in other words, a thought is not necessarily conjured from somewhere else. A thought is not conjured, it is a belief in a thought that is conjured. And as a result of a belief from a thought, as a result of that, then the belief is entertained from a thought. Thoughts are not owned by you or me, because you or me or anybody else that you and I see, and in that seeing, it is referred to as a type of seeing that's not the facilitation of sight to, by, for, and from a body-mind's vision from eyes that are not claimed as separate from your eyes, my eyes, or anybody else's eyes. There are only simply visions of sight, of visual fields. Now, the visions of sight and to see, there are two types, apparently appearing to be two types of seeing, appearing to happen. One is not really happening to, by, for, and from anybody, and the other is thought to be a separate vision to, by, for, and from a body. The seeing behind the facilitation of sight, that which is seen from behind the scenes, so to speak, is what we are. What we're not is the body mind that claims it knows what it believes. And what it knows, it believes to, by, for, and from itself as an individual, separate body mind action figure. But these are just appearances. But it doesn't believe that. It only believes in the exclusive realness and physical solidity of that which it believes it knows. It believes it knows what this is. It believes it knows that the world out there is separate from me. And the world out there is separate from you as well. You are separate from me, and you and I are separate from the world out there. But neither is true. None of that is true. And neither can that be proclaimed. It is proclaimed to, by, for, and from a body mind that believes it is separate from everybody and everything else. So it will believe in the belief of what it believes it knows. What you may or may not believe is based on what you know. And what you know is separate from what I could ever know, unless it is shared from you to me in some way. If it's communicated, then the belief is entertained. But what was the belief prior to becoming a belief? A belief becomes a belief based on what is thought about. And what is thought about is thought to be a separate, original, unique thought that was conjured to, by, for, and from a body mind's own mind. But that's not so. It is thought to be exclusively so, or exclusively that way, or some other similar way, or even a way that you and I have yet to entertain. So all the beliefs stem from knowing. And all the beliefs stem from doing. And those beliefs are thought to be separate beliefs from separate body minds that are entertaining those thoughts in their own special, unique way. That's separation. That's duality. That's not what's happening. It only apparently appears to be happening in some particular way, as an exclusive way that is not only thought about, but it is believed, and it is based on a knowing that a separate individual body-mind action figure believes. It believes that it knows. It believes that it knows and entertains a thought separate from everybody and everybody else's thoughts that they too are entertaining. You must be entertaining your own thoughts in your own mind, because that's your mind. And you know it. You know that. You know that you have your own mind. And you know that you have your own body. Not everybody knows that. In fact, nobody knows that. They only think they do. See, they only believe in their own thinking that they believe is their own. But it's not. It's not an exclusive ownership of knowing. Body minds and action figures can express and claim that the world in reality, although described as a dream, is not really a dream. It only apparently appears to be a dream, but it's an exclusively real, solid, personal experience that can be felt, that can be experienced personally by each individual body-mind action figure. That is the manner by which a self-conjured self believes and thinks, and believes that if it's thinking in that particular way, that it knows about what it's thinking. And it's caught in that loop. It is caught in that loop because it learned that. It developed that type of learning. It was simply a body mind, just as the animal kingdom you see in the instinctive nature. They apparently appear to operate instinctively. They have no choices. They have no self-awareness. But the body-mind action figure believes that it has its own parameters or its own degree of knowing, its own degree of awareness, or its own level of awareness, or degree of consciousness, of sentience, of some degree as an ability to know to, by, for, and from, or about itself, and about itself. Not only to, by, for, and from itself, but also about itself. It is believed to be thought about in this way and in agreement. So, therefore, it is a learned response. It is developed. Just as the domestication of a canine. A canine can be domesticated, and that it can learn to do tricks. It apparently appears to learn how to roll over, shake the paw, lift the paw up to shake. It knows it's going to get a treat, but in that knowing it's going to get a treat, it doesn't think to itself, well, if I continue to do what this person wants me to do with that's offering food, I'm going to do the best I can to do that, and then I get the reward of food. So I'm going to keep doing that because I know I'm going to get that reward. So, in a sense, what has seemingly happened is that not only with the canines, but it's been going on with the felines. What's been going on? That learning process, that development of taking the mind of a body mind and causing that body mind to appear as it reacts to a command, or to not so much the command, but a canine will take that which is offering food to it, and it has some way of recognizing that if I copy or if I mimic the same thing that this person that's offering me food, this body mind, I see that person, it could be a male or female, a human corporeal form, which again is just an appearance, but it's not exclusively that way, you see. And so there are so many ways to describe the non-dual nature of absolutely everything and nothing inseparable. Absolutely everything and nothing is inseparable. Ad infinitum. It has always been that way. It will always be that way. It has never changed. Absolutely everything has always been set up the same way, and absolutely everything that's included within what can ever be construed as something or anything, within the appearance of absolutely the entire infinite universe, and everything that apparently appears within that infinite universe, such as Earth-like planets, unknowable ones that astronomers think that there might be examples of the appearance of human life, a human species, or some type of human race similar to the human corporeal form. And then space and time, with astronomers and astrophysicists, is theorized insofar that there may have been some central point, some Big Bang or a galactic center, and out from that galactic center, compressed energy expanded, and it's still doing that expansion, so to speak, apparently appearing that way. So the absolute could be, more or less, that compacted energy expanded at some point. But nobody knows that. And yet, the attempts to theorize and guess, the best guess, is what the astrophysics is all about. The best guess, the theoretical sciences. Their best guess is that the universe is finite. No. Any astrophysicist that makes these claims that it knows what all of this is, if that it knows the infinite universe, that it knows what the absolute is and isn't, is and is not, that cannot be claimed. It's unknowable. And Although the astrophysicist will come up with the theories, and it already has, and it writes books, and it goes to prestigious colleges, and it lectures, and it claims, well, this is so and so, my birth names, my birthright. These are all the college. Here's my resume. Here's my autobiography. These are my accomplishments. These are the prestigious colleges and universities I went to. Okay, and this is my birth name and birthright. That's how I can claim royalties for the books that I publish, and so I get monetary compensation for that. Does that really matter? Does that? Well, yeah, apparently it matters to the academic institutions. They're recognizing that. They're recognizing these these books that are written, these publishers, these learned learned body minds action figures that are very unique and special in their own unique ways, separate from others. There are some, and then there's groups that are just as learned, and they're to that certain degree. Yeah, they have doctor's degrees in certain fields and specialties, and so we're going to categorize that because this is what we do. This is what, in agreement, this is what the conjured self does. The conjured self believes that everybody that's born is provided a birth certificate certification of authenticity, so to speak, and they're born. That's the beginning of a separate individual's life. So you see, it's already been laid out within a societal structure that is thought to believe to be a system that works. It apparently appears to work. Otherwise, body minds wouldn't, action figures wouldn't bother. They wouldn't bother to go and try to become employed and try to become part of the system and then do what they can to contribute. Not so much contribute, but to be part of society because they believe that. They believe there's no other way because in agreement it was learned that the world is this way, that the world is permanent, and that a body mind is born into it, and that it's a separate world. It's always been out there. And that when a person's born, that's a brand new addition. That's an extra human corporeal energetic movement of we say local qualia consciousness energy form, temporally temporary. Well, we say temporally temporary because it just appears in space and time for a limited duration, for an indeterminate duration. And it apparently appears to be an indeterminate duration in space and time based on certain factors in the environments, that particular human corporeal body mind is born in and around a particular type of environment on the planet. And that it knows that. It's figured it out, it's learned that. But it doesn't know it automatically and immediately. What is thought to be recognized and realized within what is referred to as innocence, which apparently appears to be commensurate or similar to the canines and the felines. Those two types of species of animal that have been domesticated as pets, as companions with people. So what have people done? Well, the self-conjured self, in its agreements with other self-conjured selves, in that belief, in that particular belief that there's a separate world out there, and you are separate from me, and I'm separate from you, and you and I are separate from the world out there, and yet we're affected by it, to, by, for, and from it, because we believe we are separate from that world around us. We believe the reality that life is happening to, by, for, and from us now. It is only believed to be that way. And so, in those beliefs, then along comes the agreements, and then guess what else happens? The reinforcement of separation, individuality, of specialness, separateness, separation now. And it's even turned, that separation is even turned into spiritual teachings. See, this is where it was a mistake. That's how spiritual teachings went awry, so to speak. They began to divert from the original Upanishads and the original Gitas that were taught in India. Individual gurus began to take it upon themselves, to by for and from themselves, to begin to study the Upanishads and Gitas, and then they thought in agreements that if you study all and as much as you can of the Gitas and of the Upanishads, you will receive a degree of ranking in the societal structure. India has its own societal structure there. It does. It's had it that way for thousands of years. They go based on a system, a series, and different sizes of dots on the forehead, which denotes a certain type of hierarchy or ranking in that societal structure of India. Look into it. That's something that was conjured. But you see, get behind all of these conjurings and then get back to the points of origin that apparently appear to be points of origin. There it is then. But then the guru from the ashram that began to study the Gitas and the Upanishads, and as it began to study upon itself, to by born from itself, it had a mind to learn, to absorb information. It took the information that is in the Upanishads and Gitas and then turned that into a teaching. Life is its own teacher. Life is a life force that lives through it. Now, although academia is thought to be for your own good and for my own good, see, and that's the idea. If it's for our own good, then that means that there's going to be benefits behind that and rewards. That life will become just that much easier to cope with if you and I follow the rules and the regulations of that societal structure where the body-mind action figure finds itself, so to speak. It will find itself in a particular environment upon a planet that it believes it was born upon. It doesn't know where it came from. And it doesn't know where it's headed, if it's going anywhere. It apparently appears to be going from one place to another. But that just apparently appears to happen. It's not truly really happening in any particular way. There are no fixed positions in space and time. But yet, the conjured self has conjured maps, GPS systems, coordinates, longitude and latitudinal marks on a planetary scale, and yet there are parameters there. A map has parameters. Those parameters are based on that which is observed. What is observed? Whatever information is being transmitted and is being collated and thought about, the information that a mind is taking in, that same kind of information any body-mind can take in. But the degree by which it does that is seemingly uniquely different with each apparent appearance of a body-mind. Here's where it gets very, very interesting, because it apparently appears to be both something tangibly real, physical going on, but behind that, there's some kind of energy that can be detected with some devices, and then there's different types of energy that are beyond the range of any devices that even have yet to be invented. So many inventions has the body mind come up with. It didn't conjure them up. It just worked it out somehow. It worked it out based on learning. Of course, learning stems from observing. Now, engineers can explain that in a particular way where it sounds so convincing that then it begins to sound as though if you're not an engineer, then you will not quite understand the dynamics of energy and all the forces that have been given labels and names such as gravity, electromagnetism, electricity, all the basic components or the elements and that which has been referred to and named and categorized and called a certain thing in the sciences. And all of that is a knowledge base. And is that useful information? To a degree, it is useful to, by, for, and from the self-conjured conjured self. We'll take that information and it will figure out a way to assist and help that particular body mind to some degree, in some way. So, it has been agreed. There have been groups of self-conjured conjured selves that have learned a particular field of study and they have figured out a way to apply that to, by, for, and from itself, but also taking the societal structure that is offering that individual opportunities. Opportunities that would not otherwise be there had that particular body mind action figure had it not gone through the academic system to some degree. So it favors that and it sees that it works and it's demonstrated and it continues to be demonstrated how the institutions work of learning, of academia. It does apparently appear to really work. Now, still, there's a rub now. And that rub is, there's a catch. There's apparently appearing to be a catch to just about everything that is thought to be encountered as though it's a separate subject that can be apprehended and learned. To, by, for, and from that body mind that has figured out some way to use it. To use a certain subject or a certain skill set and then apply that to some type of service or some type of interactive interplay between what apparently appear to be other groups of self-conjured selves, body minds, action figures. There's no great conspiracy. There are not conspiracies until a body mind entertains the idea of a conspiracy. Then it becomes agreed upon and then it goes off. It goes off into all those tangents that are associated with describing what is a conspiracy and what is that all about. And so on all these separations of thoughts and ideas that are entertained become subjectivities. These subjectivities, these exclusive subjects that can be referred to, is just simply information that is just expressed through a language. It's just information. Placing information and turning it into a subject. And then it becomes something to be known or learned, discovered. It apparently appears to be something that has never been discovered until a body mind encounters it, and then this is a discovery to, by, for, and from itself for the very first time. And this is how separation is reinforced. The idea that I'm a separate person, and to some degree I have learned some information to a certain degree, and that is referred to intellectual knowledge. Intellectual knowledge, where the intellect can take the information and then apply it to, by, for, and from itself, and then it figures out some kind of skill. It uses the skill, and then it applies it into society to contribute to the society as a whole. There's the monetary system, and there's the taxation process. All these things that it has learned, and all these things and all these subjects are considered to be something beneficial, that a body mind action figure is going to get something out of it. And what they get out of it is a certain even keel, or a level of steady provisions that it can access, because it has basic necessities. And with the modern technologies and the modern inventions and things that are referred to as that, they're called modern conveniences. And yet we still witness, and we still see and notice there are human corporeal appearances, as what are referred to as those body minds action figures that are living, apparently appear to be living off the grid. They're not part of the majority of societal structures that are apparently appearing to be happening in space and time, throughout space and time. There is the idea of a past historicity, and there's stories of the earth, and stories of different body minds that appear to keep track. And so, in a societal structure, a body mind can be kept track based on various numerical values. There's numerical values on a birth certificate. Those numerical values, such as the birthday on the calendar, that's a numerical value. The timestamp. And on the map, there's the time zones. There's Pacific, there's Mountain, there's Central, and Eastern. And that's a division of a time zone. And the meridian starts at 0 degrees. The meridian where where it's right there in the center of the planet, and then we're looking at that as a grid system. See, there's numerical value to that, but there's parameters though. See, all of these subjects that were thought about, taking space and time, although it apparently appears to be unreal, although it apparently appears to be an illusion, it is still thought and believed to be usable information. Usable information. Otherwise, it could not be learned. It could not be learned by what? By a body mind that applies itself to some degree of learning. But then what about those body minds that are having difficulty with learning information? There might be some type of a hindrance, some type of a block. The ability to take in information at a steady pace and retain it, and then there's a certain degree of retention of information. So a repetitive process is thought to be developed, whereby if that process is followed, then that can assist that body mind with gathering information with a higher degree of, or a higher percentage of retention. And so when it gets to be that explicit or that precise, or whenever a subject is really deeply analyzed, then that is a degree of awareness, or a degree of knowing But is that necessary to be? Oh, it's useful for now. Yes. Information and knowledge, yes. It's useful for now to some degree. But it is not something that is going to be used all the time. It is simply information that is used some of the time, not all the time. Which is why it apparently appears to be that every body, mind, action figure is apparently appearing in space and time, but it's only temporally temporary. And, well, if that's the case, how and why is anything being born into this type of a temporary reality then? If it's so temporary, why bother to be here? Why bother to be anywhere within space and time? Well, it apparently appears to be what's set up. Now, the neo-Advaitin can continue to say, oh, well, you know what? We're everywhere. We're just energy. We're timeless. We're boundless. Yeah, that's fine. But yet still, there's also the reckoning. There's a certain degree of seemingly having to take the body mind and going from one place, it seems, to another upon a reality that apparently appears to have a certain degree of maneuverability. That there's some type of maneuver, some type of action and movement going on, and we call it that in agreement. So, although a self-conjured self will be in agreement with these ideas and thoughts to entertain and believe in them, they're only temporary believed, see? So, this word liberation, in a sense, nobody needs to be liberated. In other words, liberation is not required to be. And yet, it apparently appears to be as though a degree of liberation can be apprehended. But that's only thought, isn't it? It's only thought and conjured to some degree that liberation is required, or it needs to be apprehended, or it needs to be held or put into action to some degree. I need to be liberated from that which apparently appears to be liberating me from freedom. Freedom to simply be. No. It's thought that way. If a body mind entertains an idea that it's required to seek liberation because it doesn't feel liberated, for whatever reason, it doesn't feel fulfilled, so what is it going to believe that it needs to do? It's going to entertain that thought and believe, well, I need to go to a guru. I don't feel I know enough. I don't feel I know enough that I'm going to get by. Because I am entertaining these thoughts and ideas for whatever reason. I don't know what it could be. What is my purpose? See, when you start thinking in terms of meanings, reasons, and purposes, they cannot be found because there are no reasons, meanings, and purposes for absolutely everything to appear as it does. Simply because the absolute is appearing of its own accord and volition. And so if it is, then it is presumed, it is assumed that once a body mind action figure begins to learn and begins to know and it gathers a certain degree of information, it believes that it knows, then it begins to entertain these ideas, well then I must have a purpose then. I must have a reason for being here. Where are you being? See? This is that self-realization that has been referred to in what are also referred to simply as spiritual teachings, of the Gitas and the Upanishads, which refers to self-realization, self-analysis, learning learning and then knowing and then realization, the self-realization of the self, although that's conjured. See, but once you study that, which we're not, by the way, and we're about to get into another satsang of the birth, name, and birthright of Paul Hederman here, to get into one of his latest ones. And this is simply the approach that this body-mind action figure is using. I do not claim to be a neo-Advaitin, but I'm simply using these labels because because I, if I'm going to call this body-mind action figure an I, but not as a separate I, as a tethered I, along with we, as a whole societal structure, all interconnected. It's all inseparable anyway. It's how the English language is used and how something is described. See, that's the conundrum. That's what it sounds like. Expressing the English language, a body-mind action figure is going to use the English language to some degree and in some way, in some capacity. And when it does, it's going to choose certain words to try to convey what? These are transmissions. That's all they are. They're transmissions, just as any other apparently appearing separate two entities that apparently appear to be two separate entities, and they are communicating between each other based on like for like. You see like for like appearances of certain animals in the animal kingdom. So, a canine barks, cat meows, a bird chirps, and so on and so forth. What apparently appear to be living things or living entities that apparently appear to be separate, but it's all interconnected. Everything and no thing is inseparable anyway. That's the default position. That's the default position. And yet, the human corporeal appearances of body minds, the way they communicate, they philosophize. They come up and conjure philosophies. And these philosophies are based on a degree of cognizance, a degree of awareness, a degree of consciousness, to some degree. So that's taking information and then putting it together and piecing it together and turning it to something that it was never before. It's taking information and turning it into a certain particular type of subject. So it's going to call it, that's all it knows. It doesn't know anything else of how to take information. What am I going to do with the information? I need to do something with it. See, it's all the knowing, the doing, and then the beliefs pop up from the knowing. And then the beliefs pop up of, well, I need to know what I need to do about what I know. And I need to do something about what I know. Because if I don't do anything about what I know, it's not going to get me anywhere. See, then it gets back to me again, and then it gets back to the dualities, and then it goes back to that again. That there's certain parameters that I must adhere to, or I must be within a certain boundary if I'm going to make it work. If you're going to make it work and I'm going to make it work, we need to get together and communicate about how we are going to make it work. See, that's in a sense how the societal structure came about. That's how it came about to be what it apparently appears to be as a societal structure. And to some degree it works, and in some areas it won't. And those areas that it won't work is if there are disagreements. In the moment there's a disagreement, then we need to get back to taking that disagreement and agreeing upon why were we disagreeing. Let's get it back to where it was before, originally. Let's agree on that. On what? Well, on a certain subject. Take your pick. And so communication was developed, and languages were developed so that what? So that there could be taking what is thought to be separate and then unifying that. In other words, if something is thought to be separate, well, how do we make it unified? Can we make it unified? Or has it always been unified? Sure, it's always been unified, but Yet, it still feels as though that impermanence is so real and tangible and physical that when a self-conscious conscious self begins to believe in these beliefs that other self-conscious conscious selves have entertained, then it takes the information about this and turns this action, what is apparently appearing to be thought about, as an action. See? Is this rubbing fingers together and are there mine? And then you can do this same kind of action, right? And then you're rubbing your fingers together this way. So we are rubbing our own fingers this way. That right there is so convincingly real, isn't it? Why? Because it was believed. It was believed ever since this. We learned all of this. We learned to believe and think that, and convincingly so, because so much time was invested in those beliefs. This action going like that as a baby, in the innocence at one point, you were not always that body mind that was developed, see? This was a gradual introduction into this impermanent state, this temporary state. In time, temporal as in time, and temporary as the impermanence. See, because nothing is permanent here. And this here that is everywhere is not some fixed position. Even in space, the whole entire planet is thought to be a solid ball of Earth, solid ball of Oith. You know, there's this solid ball that's speedily not only spinning, but it's also revolving around a central point, which is the sun. And that sun, of course, is providing all of what apparently appears to be the life in all its great magnitude and plentifulness and its countenance that's beyond measure, this immeasurable countenance of life forms. And all these forces that are happening, they apparently appear to be going on. And the scientist is just astounded. That's the mystery. How? Just simply entertaining the idea that it's not only spinning, and since its mass is so great, we can't feel the spin. But that's what generates the gravity, and it keeps objects and items on the ground. It keeps them from flying out into the atmosphere, flying off into the air. Well, that too was learned, wasn't it? But just consider that, though. Just consider that. Whereby this, it all started right there with that. And so it learned that these were its own hands. So then it started to say, these are my hands. At some point, it learned that. But prior to that, it was just simply it was just moving about. It didn't know anything about what it was doing. That one day it was going to become a person. And one day it was going to be given a name. And that one day it was going to be involved in a societal structure on a planet that it's going to learn is eventually with the sciences. It's going to touch upon all the subjects that all the other people that were born before it was born. See, it works. I mean, it seems to be what's going on. And the language is attributed to that which apparently appears to be going on. So, if something is going on, if there's activities that are happening, they're going to be labeled and identified and categorized as they have. So here's a body. It could walk, it could crawl, well, it starts obviously to crawl, but what we understand to be the activity, the action of crawling. But yet, let's go to these points of origins that apparently appear to be points of origins, right there. Somehow, and in space and time, although temporally temporary, notice, see, that although it began to develop and then it caught up eventually, going through the academic school system, and in America it's different than the one here in the United Kingdom, but they are very similar because similar subjects are learned. And those subjects that are learned are about the story of Earth. And not only is it about the story of Earth, but the story of people, humanity, the human race, species, and all about that. Why? Because it apparently appears to be what's obviously, seemingly really going on. Seems to be going on. What's going on? Life. But life never has been happening to, by, for, and from you, and to, by, for, and from me. Your life and my life and somebody else's life? No. It's just life appearing as your life, my life, and somebody else's life. You could look at it that way as well. So you could turn that around. That's still recognizing that there is no separation there. It's still referring to inseparableness. That although you're living life, and I'm living life, and all these other people that apparently appear to be living their lives, now that's all of life apparently appearing as a human race on a planet, the story of Earth. See, that's another way of saying it. So what's really beautiful, I mean, it's just like poetry, it's like poetic, referring to expressions regarding Advaita Vedanta, and then taking the original tongues of the Sanskrit from the Upanishads and the Gitas, and then transliterating that directly from the Sanskrit to the English versions, which is seemingly going on throughout the planet now, and it seems to be something that's gaining quite a bit of popularity now. Can't be coincidentally just happening at a certain point, and nobody could have predicted this. Nobody could have predicted the Neo-Advaitins springing up the way they have, and for non-duality. It just apparently appears to be a time on this planet when the human species is beginning to recognize that it's not exclusively real, and it's not exclusively physical as it's been entertaining those thoughts of exclusivity. That everything is permanent, and that everything is fixed, and there's fixed positions for things to be. In other words, I could take this travel mug and I could place it there, and now it's there upon a fixed position in space and time. If I pick it up from there and I put it over there, it was here at first, but then it went over there. I placed it there. Now, that way of thinking was a learned response, and it wasn't conjured on purpose to deviate from a recognition that everything's inseparable. No, that wasn't done on purpose. There are no conspiracies. No. Nobody's pulling strings. It can apparently appear to be that there's groups of subconscious conscious selves that are pulling strings, but they can't pull all of them. And what strings are apparently appearing to be pulled? The forces of nature. Now, as many clandestine projects such as HARP, the High Altitude Aeronautical Research Project, that allegedly is to manipulate the weather. Nice try, but it's not. You can't, nobody, no groups, no matter how many, get together to try and control nature. Not going to work. No. And yeah, to a certain degree, it's being affected. The global warming and the tearing down of trees, reducing the reduction of oxygen on the planet, and all these type of things. Yes, to a certain degree, but what they don't realize in all of their and that egotistical nature to know, and then say that we're scientists, we know what we're talking about, or we're ecologists, we know about the earth, we're very well acquainted with what's happening, what's going on. No, no. You have no clue, no idea. The powers of nature, they're not controllable by anybody. And even groups of conjured selves, no. You can think that way. Groups of conjured selves think in a certain particular way. Sure, they do. They conjure the idea and the beliefs, and so they approach certain subjects of doings and knowings, and they say, oh, okay, well, looks like we're kind of interfering with the ecosystem. We need to reduce the carbon footprint and things like that, and so, yeah, that's us. That's what we're doing. Since we are going in the wrong direction, I'll just check out the presentations of Elon Musk. Elon. That's an interesting foreign name. I've never heard of. I've never known an Elon. But anyways, Elon Musk, Musk is a surname, and he refers to. I think he's a billionaire, and he refers to technologies about the AI, artificial intelligence. He talks about that. He talks about Sophia, how we should be real careful with that. Also about the global warming issue and the carbon footprint and producing too much pollutants because of course the population of people on the planet is increasing. And then notice the idea of what can be entertained in that certain way of thinking that where are all these other people coming from? When a person is born, is that a new addition? Is that another individual extra person? Because there seems to be, apparently appears to be an increase in the presence of the human form. Does that mean that's a brand new individual being added onto the planet? Mm-mm. No. The countenance apparently appears to be as though it's increasing, but there has been the same steady degree and amount of everything that apparently appears to arise as it does. But you see, it's it's in these claims, these proclamations of the conjured self to say that, you know what, we understand the countenance, we know mathematics, arithmetic, we know, see, we know this, and we believe this to be so because we know it. So academia is all about that, isn't it?
When alcoholism fixes to self-centeredness, it makes us an extreme version of self-centeredness. Uh,
Same could be said about seeking. Extreme version of a seeker. The conjured self goes on seeking, especially if it's focusing on a particular subject about itself. To, by, for, and from itself, it's really going to work on that one. Especially if it believes it's a particular type of philosopher. It's going to seek a philosophy that seemingly makes sense. To, by, for, and from itself. The absolute does not require philosophy to make sense. Doesn't need any meaning, reason, or purpose to simply be absolutely everything and nothing that's inseparably everything and nothing ad infinitum. Nothing needs to be added to it and nothing needs to be removed from it because it's already set up. It's always been set up. Nothing needs to be known for the absolute, to, by, for, and from the absolute, to be everything and nothing, simultaneously inseparable. Anything could be cognized, conjured, It's not an addition. It's not an additional knowing, a brand new knowing about something within everything. Or if there's anything that needs to be figured out within the absolute, as though it's something that needs to be figured out. The absolute does not require to be figured out. It's already ever present. It's perfect balance. It's fulfillment. It's fulfilled. It's the fulfillment of all fulfillments. Nothing needs to be fulfilled. No. The absolute just simply is everything and nothing inseparable. That's all there is to it. Simply this. Doesn't need to be known. Nothing needs to be done about it. To, by, for, and from it. No. And yet, the self-conscious self continues to seek out and look for others that it believes are separate as it is separate. It believes it is of space and time. Not only does it recognize that it is in space and time, but it believes it's of it as well. And it believes that space and time is permanent, that there are fixed positions to exist upon, to be upon. So, I believe that this is the conscious self, the way that it thinks and believes. It believes this. It has been convinced ever since it's been doing this, and it's been told, and it's learned this, that these are my hands, this is my body, this is my life. I know I'm a separate, unique, special individual because I have a birth certificate of authenticity, so I know I have my very own birth name and birthright. I have my own birth name and birthright. I can go on Ancestral.com. I can go on Ancestral.com and I can trace back my family tree because that's unique. To, by, for, and from myself. For me. It's for me. For me and my family. We are my family, me and my family, we're separate. We're a separate branch of the human species tree that has a certain particular ancestral tree. But notice, that branch is connected to a trunk of the human species. If you want to use that metaphor, if a self-conscious self wants to use a metaphor or a philosophy, it's always going to return back to what? The source and the points of origin is always going to go back to the absolute, no matter how far it strays. No matter how far a self-conscious self attempts to separate itself from everybody and everything else. No matter what type of spiritual belief and spiritual quest it's going to go upon, no matter what part of this planet it believes it is going to go on a journey. It's going to go off on a journey, and its journey is to try to figure out who it is. I need to know who I am, so I need to engage in a spiritual quest, or I need to go on a spiritual quest to learn about who I am. So I'm going to go follow what the guru has told me. He said, if you want to know who you are, go into isolation, go into a cave for a while, just focus on that which you believe who you are. That can be done anywhere. And it's not even a doing, see? It's as though these spiritual teachings need to be applied to, by, for, and from a body mind so they can figure out who it is. It's not even a whom. Do you know who you are? You don't have to know who you are. It's not necessary to know who you are. You're already being. You're already being what you are. You're not a whom. You're not a separate whom, an individual whom. Nobody's a separate whom. That's conjured. If anything's conjured, that belief right there is conjured. All the religions, the spiritual teachings, all these beliefs that are conjured, they're just conjurings. They're not necessary. There is no guru, there is no devotee, there is no deity. There is no separate deity anywhere to be found in the infinite universe. Try to find it. If you think you found it, it's been conjured. It is not exclusively some deity that is in charge of some force in the infinite universe. No, there is no hierarchy. There is no group of special entities that are in charge to oversee and overlook lower entities. And that there's some kind of purpose and reason and meaning to be existing upon some level of awareness, some level of consciousness, and that you need to evolve. That each body mind contains a unit of quality of consciousness energy, and that needs to evolve, and that has been evolving through lifetimes, and there's that reincarnation story, and that goes on and on. All conjured. These are mistakes. These are conjurings of spiritual teachings, and it was just information that was put together and then entertained and thought to be, you know what, let's have a guru to teach the next group of devotees so they too can become gurus and then continue and perpetuate the guruing and the devotee that says, I'm a devotee, but I'm eventually going to be a guru one day. I'm going to become enlightened no matter what it takes. I need to follow gurus so they can tell me how to become enlightened. Same thing as the religions of the Western world. And these newer religions sprung up, they sprung up from the same type of way of thinking, cognizing, conjuring. These are all conjurings in the mind. Maya churns these out, if you want to look at it that way, and they do. This is the story that they tell. In the Gita, these stories are in there. Stories of the story of Earth, the stories of the consciousness and how it manifests, manifestation, and the impermanence of Maya. All of that's mentioned in there. But that's another version of what? The story of Earth. And what is within the Earth? A live being of itself. It has been described that way. That the planet Earth itself is a huge living thing. It's a living being. Just as there's living beings that are living on the skin of every body mind. Thousands and thousands, billions of little the cells. Each of the cells, of course, are comprised. Those are each little living things. And they're thought to be separate. And then, see, this idea of separation. And there's this puzzle that can be put together. And there's some kind of hierarchy and there's some kind of order in the universe. And this is where they conjured with the newer religions that came about. You had the ancient Upanishads and the Gitas. But then what was formed after that? Other languages, other tongues. And then they took other ideas. And then they thought about the creationism and the creation story. Stories, all these stories conjured in various ways of thinking and going off in these different tangents, branching out, just expanding and entertaining all types of beliefs and ideas and concepts. All of that's unnecessary. It doesn't need to be conjured. It doesn't need to be put into some kind of subject matter and some kind of belief and some kind of religion, and then to say that this is the way we think it is. So if you join our congregation, we're going to tell you all about that and how to approach life and how to live life, how you can become a better person, how you can become enlightened, how you can evolve to a higher plane of existence, and all. See, all of those things, those new agey things, all of that was conjured. Absolutely, all of these beliefs that stem from what? Stem from just simply being and just simply going with the flow, going with what apparently appears to be a flow of life. And that's the absolute, absolutely everything that appears. Of its own accord and volition. Not about a group, a certain select few groups of conjured cells that are following some type of spiritual tradition, regardless of how ancient they say it is. Well, ours is more ancient than yours, so, ours overrides yours. Yours is newer. Ours is much older, so you need to follow ours. So if you follow our spiritual beliefs and teachings, then you're going to get somewhere. Then you'll be able to evolve. Then you'll acquire enlightenment, and then you'll reach a higher plane of existence, and then you'll get out of the karmic chain, the karmic reincarnation wheel, the wheel of Dharma. You will be able to be released from the wheel of Dharma. See, the wheel of Dharma, reincarnation, karma, all of these things that are conjured. No, they are believed wholeheartedly by certain groups of self-conjured conjured selves that believe in these beliefs. And there are so many different gods and goddesses and deities throughout the years of the story of Earth, and the story of Earth has many different versions. It branches off. That's all separation. That's all duality. Separating. It is these self-conjured conjured selves, these body minds that believe they are separate, and then they're grouping together and taking the idea of either creationism or reincarnation karma, a cyclic wheel of dharma, of cycles, of lifetimes for souls, and then souls are separate souls, and they've acquired a certain degree of sentience, a certain degree of consciousness, awareness, and that they're going to reach the next level, and that they are spiritually evolving, and eventually they can become a supernal being, like in the angelic realm and the hierarchy, and then the four orders of sea. It just goes off in so many different directions that way. It's no wonder that a body mind is confused on what to believe. Well, guess what? You don't have to choose any of them. There is no choosing of these beliefs because they're not substantial. They're not exclusively real. They're conjured. All of these beliefs and all of these religions and these spiritual teachings, all of it's unnecessary. The simplicity to simply be, it's not difficult. It doesn't require some types of manuals of books. Does a car read its own manual of how it will operate? No. What's behind that vehicle? Very, very simple. Very easy to notice. Very, very easy. All of the drivers of all the cars that are seen, and there are so many different makes and models that apparently appear to be different makes and models, are visually seen and then visually labeled and categorized and saying, well, that particular body mind can be attributed to a Ford, and then that other body mind a Dodge, and then another one a Chevrolet, and then you see labeling, categorizing, separate. They're separating the different appearances. See, each appearance of something is labeled and categorized and named. Because the conjured self believes that. It conjures this idea and belief that I need to know not only who I am, but who are all these others around me. They appear in a similar way as I do. Am I appearing? Am I the cause of my own appearance? See? Of course not. Nobody is the cause of their own appearance. Silly, isn't it? If you think about it that way. Who's thinking about it that way? See? There it is. The self-conjured conjured self, the body mind, just taking a mind that it believes is its own, and then it says, well, maybe it's this way or maybe it's that way. Maybe it's this other teaching. I came across a book the other day, a spiritual book, and the philosophy was referring to the way things are and the way I think things should be. Should have, would have, could have. Don't know. I really don't know. Nobody does. And when that is recognized that nobody knows what the absolute and how the absolute is absolutely everything and nothing inseparable, then is there anything to do? No, there never was. You're already being. That doesn't have to be done. Being is just simply being, because the absolute is being anyway, isn't it? It's arising. We're all coalesced with it. Every single human corporeal appearance is coalescing, mixing, blending. That's all activity. Yes, indeed. As the Neo-Advaitin, as the birth name and birthright of Paul Hederman says, selfing. Yes, that's manifestation. Manifesting. It's an activity. It's verbing. Yes, it's an energetic movement. It's constant, consistent energy. consistent energy, the appearance of various energetic movements, and they have been labeled as though there are various frequencies of energetic movements. And these frequencies are different appearing manifestations. This is why it apparently appears to be distinctive differences between one human corporeal appearance and another, and that the countenance is immeasurable. That's infinitudinal complexification. There are no parameters, no boundaries. There is no finite set countenance of anything. No, there's no fixed countenance of anything. Infinitudinal complexification is beyond comprehension of the countenance. There is no finite countenance of the absolute. It's infinitudinal. It's not finitudinal. You can't theorize that. The theory of everything, really? No. 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 Silliness. Well, there you have it, huh? What? Do you have what? Nobody has anything. Figures of speech, yeah? Figures of speech.
We were talking about last night, and it tends to not amplify everything. It doesn't amplify compassion, empathy. It emphasizes or amplifies vindictiveness. You know, pettiness, holding grudges, all this stuff. It grows a lot of that, but the other stuff it sort of doesn't. So it's a selective amplifier, and
whatever is thought to be amplified, okay, this selection of amplification of something, it's all conjures, all part of the conjuring, all conditional. See, the self-conjured self lives in a world of conditions and parameters and boundaries and set goals or set parameters, or this needs to be this particular way, and if it's not, we need to adjust it. Let's adjust it and refine it so that it is that particular way that we need it to be. See? The conjured self needs to control, it needs to feel as though it is in control of whatever it comes in conscious contact with. It needs to label it, it needs to know it, it needs to categorize it, it needs to put it into some kind of process that whatever it is going to identify as an object with subjectivity behind it, it needs to know about it. It needs to know what that is, so it's going to identify it, because since it's already self-identifying with its own mind and its own body that believes in that ownership, that convincing idea of isolation, of separateness, of uniqueness, terminal uniqueness, as Paul Etterman has said before. Yes, terminal uniqueness. It's one way of putting it. It's used in the English language with various words saying the same thing. Jim Newman expresses, as at Neo-Advaitin, Richard Sylvester in that way. Andreas Müller in Germany, somewhere in Germany, and the manner by which Francis Lucille does in France, and then, all these various parts of what apparently appear to be different places, different separate places of that. See, that too, these places are named, are so named, these lands, these areas, these regions on the planet. See? All of these identifiers, identification, all this identification and correlation and conditions and all that stuff, drop it all. All of that doesn't matter. It never will matter, never has. It only matters to what? It only matters to that which believes it is separate, to, by, for, and from itself. It matters to that. Never did matter. But you know what? If it still seemingly matters to you, to, by, for, and from yourself, then, if you believe you have free will and choice, continue to exert that. See where that gets you. See if that's going to get you to some other place, anywhere else, other than this, the way it's always been. Oh man, I tell you, the self-conscious conscious self that believes it has a mind of its own, man, it takes the dreams and then it tries to turn them into something else other than what this is. And man, does it have a field day with conjuring. And it wants to take these psychedelic trips. It wants to take shrooms, mushrooms, psilocybin, ayahuasca, and it wants to take these trips and choices of imagination. And these choices of imagination are attributed to the strength or the manner by which a certain type of chemical works on the mind.
But it has to have the self-centeredness to begin with. So most of us were in a strong self-centeredness to begin with, yes? To me, so I feel the root of the problem is self-centeredness.
Well, as he's expressing, as every Neo-Advaitin, of course, expresses differently, he's saying to me, this is the way, a body-mind can perceive this, that, or the other. But across the board, so to speak, it all stems from it, the origin of what, the beginning of this, the beginning of, when he's referring to self-centeredness here, what is the origin of self-centeredness? Well, a center formed, but a conjured one. And the Neo-Advaitin Birth Name Birthright of Jim Newman refers that to this constrictive energy, this constriction that's bundled up. And of course, Tony Parsons has mentioned about the constrictive energy. But that has not been mentioned using the word conjured. So this particular body-mind, and I do not claim to be a Neo-Advaitin, although this body-mind apparently appears to be expressing in that manner, therefore, call it that if you want. Doesn't really make any difference anyway. It doesn't matter, does it? And there is no grand scheme. There are no schemes. For the absolute to arise and appear as absolutely everything and nothing inseparable, no schemes are required for that. But you see, the subconscious conscious self believes that there must be some type of order. Although there's also the appearance of chaos, there apparently appears to be some type of patterning and order and fractals. And if certain types of energetic movements are analyzed with special instrumentation, there appears to be these patterns, just as there are innumerable patterns of a snowflake, as an example. The different formations are innumerable. They're immeasurable. The countenance is immeasurable of the variations of a snowflake. The icicle patternings of the different patterns, there's just so many variations. The variables are innumerable. That's another example of infinitudinal complexification. Oh, well, I need to look it up, and I never heard of this word, infinitudinal complexification. I'm going to Google that. I'm going to look it up and see, I wonder if that's really true. Is there really such a thing? Well, if I can't find it and I can't define it, then that must mean it's not really substantial. It doesn't really mean anything. Well, you know what? Absolutely anything that's looked up on Google, none of it matters anyway. All it is information. Information. What causes that formation of information to appear as information? Oh. The conscious self. The mind of a body mind entertains ideas, thoughts, concepts, subjects to talk about, objects to refer to, references, conditions, parameters, boundaries. All of that is noticed to, by, for, and from the self-conscious conscious self that believes it is separate from everybody and everything else. It believes it is living its own life. It can choose how to treat its own body that it believes is its own in any fashion, in any way, shape, or form it feels it wants to. Whatever it's going to do, it's making up its own mind to decide what it's going to do with its own life. No. It's always conjured that way of thinking. The self-conjured self lives in that world of conjuring all those ideas. to, by, for, and from itself. And then it looks for and it seeks out other body minds, other body mind action figures that it believes will agree with it. If you agree, then join the club that I'm forming. I'm forming a little club, a little group over here. That's how it happened with the ashrams too. One ashram was operating a certain way, certain meditative practices were followed, and then another ashram was operating, functioning in just a slightly different way, but it was similar to the same thing about, enlightenment and levels of awareness and consciousness and all these other things about reincarnation and karma, where you should be and you should be taking action in this certain particular way. Wait a minute, you need to say these mantras so many times, and it's not conditional like that. Beingness does not require conditions to simply be. And to be what? Yes, to be what? To be with, naturally, with the flow of the Absolute as it apparently appears to arise however it does. Because everything is apparently appearing to operate off of that. Off of what? The Absolute. Well, what is the Absolute? Everything and nothing. Simultaneously, absolutely everything. And no separate thing. It's not two-ness. There's no two-ness. Ad infinitum. Always, constantly arising. It's simply this. Constantly. Empty fullness. Filled with appearances of things. Filled with appearances of absolutely everything and anything that can be thought about. It's already. It's already the Absolute. It's already appearing as all of it. It's always all ways.
And what I mean by self-centeredness, I believe we're in the act of being identified as something that we're not. Yeah? So we're taking ourselves to be something that we're not, and then the alcoholism lives off of that. Yeah? And then it gets to the point where the alcoholism talks to us as us.
Same thing apparently appears to happen with seeking. The seeking energetic movements. The seeker self-identifies with itself as a unique, special, terminally unique seeker. And it's going to gather as many spiritual books and it's going to go on as many websites as it can to amass as much of a knowledge base of knowing that it could gather, because that's what it believes it needs to do. It needs to do that because it has a plan. It needs to do that because it believes that it has a purpose and meaning and reason why it's alive, why it feels sentient, why it feels alive and consciously aware. It believes it has to find a meaning, reason, purpose for that. For that to be that particular way it believes. But there is no particular way in believing anything. See? But it doesn't see that. It doesn't notice that. It doesn't recognize. It doesn't recognize that it's not separate. It only recognizes that it is separate. And how did that apparently appear to occur and happen? As though it was a happening, as though it was a development of some type. It was thought to be a learning process. It learned. It learned this. My hands, my arms, my body, my life, my parents. They're feeding me my food that I'm eating. I'm living in their house. This is our property. This is my family that I live with. See, and then, well, I need to go to school so I can learn about life. I can learn about this world that seems so real. And I feel so real, and I'm part of this world. And there's a time and place for everything. Oh, there is, really. Yeah, I'm learning that. Okay. So there's a time and there's a place for everything. For everything to do what? Is everything doing something? Well, yeah, it's appearing in space and time. So we reckon with that. We engage with whatever's appearing in space and time. And so we appear to be alive in it, and we're part of it. And although we're separate from it, we seem to be influenced by it. So there's some type of exchange going on, a separate exchange. If I do certain movements, or if I do certain actions, then it will result in an effect. If I believe I'm causing a certain action to take place, then the effects that come back is reality that's going to react to what I'm doing to it. Not with it, but to it. See, it believes that it can influence and control that which it believes it is separate from. See, it believes that there's set parameters, and I'm sitting here, and if I go to my job, I'm going to affect that environment there with my very presence. How am I going to affect it? Well, I'm going along with all the other body minds that are there because I learned and I was trained. See, there's a degree of training to learn how to do something, how to engage in an activity. See? And I need to learn about it and know it and improve and get better at it by being exposed to it more. Like a particular set of, let's say if a body mind has a skill set of data entry, for example, at a contact center, right? And it needs to key in certain information. And let's give an example. Let's say there's insurance policies, and it's working with numbers and data entry. That's what it needs to learn how to collate that information and process it. Process it in an orderly fashion. Take information and put it together, and then provide a service. With insurances, it could be for life insurance, or it could be for home, it could be for pet, it could be for car, auto, different types of insurances, of course. But that information on an insurance policy needs to be processed, doesn't it? So, it learns how to do that. First, it's trained with the main parts of that process that is going to be required to learn and know about, to process the data that's coming through, to generate a policy of some type. And that policy is going to have a header. It's going to have an identifier. What is that identifier? What's a particular number, a series of numbers? It's all about numerical values. And, in a sense, the self-conscious conscious self believes that it's existing within numbers and coordinates, numerical values of everything. It believes even that the very fabric of the reality is binary, ones and zeros, just a series of ones and zeros, and that information is numerical in its value. And that's why you see these formulas of combinations of letters and numbers, numerical values, and then letters denoting a certain force, such as an example, E equals mc squared. So E is the energy, and M is the matter, and C is the constant. C is the constant of the speed of light, the velocity of light, and all these sort of numerical values and formulas that are assigned to various forces in nature and things like that. See, all of these were conjured in order to make an effort for that conjured self to do what? To take control of a reality it believes it is separate from, and that it needs to try to engage in some kind of symbiosis with it, some type of interaction with it, because it believes it's separate from it, so it's trying to figure out a way, some kind of process. So it's going to come up with sciences, come up with formulas, and different types of characters that denote certain forces in nature, and it's going to believe to extract information from that and knowledge, and that if it knows enough about reality in nature that if it knows enough about it that it can harness it and control it. Now, to a certain degree, maybe it can influence it, but it cannot control it. It cannot control the entire planet. It's too massive. The forces are too great. The forces that can be harnessed, the forces that can be applied, oh, definitely. It's obvious how a nuclear type of explosion or a hydrogen bomb, I mean, that's obvious. The type of annihilation that it can do to certain types of matter that are around. It can cause a lot of destruction and entropy. Indeed, it could. And that's very dangerous for something like that to even have been conjured and put together. So, this is why that phrase came up with the way that it goes. How does it go? We live in uncertain times. Well, the uncertainty is based on what? Well, it's based on to what degree are we trying to control the environment? And why are we trying to control it? Well, we're trying to make it suitable for habitation, first of all. So then we get into these types of discussions. See? The conjure so begins to conjure ideas regarding controlling nature and trying to organize it. Organize what it sees as though it's fixed and tangible. It tries to work with that in some way. Tries to organize it into various items and plastics and metals and these fashionings of matter and fashioning to be useful in some way, some capacity, to, by, for, and from the human race, so that it can appear to be living in a bit more comfort than it was before. It's trying to figure out a way to live comfortably, to exist comfortably, but then to also provide resources and opportunities for, to, by, for, and from everybody is believed to be a newborn person, and then it's going to be added into society, and that the countenance of the population continues to increase, so we need to have more resources for them, but there's only so much to go around, so then we need to tap into a greater amount of resources to go around for all of these separate people that are believed to live, to be existing and living on a tangible physical planet that has various places, various fixed positions to go. See, it's all of these ideas and ways of thinking that make sense to, by, for, and from the person that's learning that particular type of information. So it's learning that. And it has learned that for so many years because it went through the public school system, it went through the academia. It had no choice. It was told you have to go to school. You have to. By law in America, you have to go to school. Because then you'll be economically viable, you'll be contributing, and it's good for you. If it's good for you, it's good for the society, good for the societal structure. So go along with it. Don't question it, just go along with it. If you do question it, don't try to interfere with it or interrupt it. It's already set in place. It's already set in motion. It's been working. And then we have what are referred to as lawyers. Lawyers and litigators, and that are taking those same civil laws, other societal structure, and trying to refine them. Trying to kind of adjust them to be more refined towards what? Towards recognizing specialty or individual uniqueness and taking the idea of individuals instead of saying, oh, well, we're one human race. No, you need to prove yourself to society. You need to apply yourself to society. If you're going to expect society to give back to you, you need to apply yourself and contribute to some degree, or at least meet it halfway. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Remember that speech? A very famous speech in America. The president was, well, assassinated? Was it Kennedy? Wasn't it? Kennedy, that famous speech. So, see, going into speaking of these things that are familiar, see, in the English language, in this body mind, faced that, and it was conditioned and programmed, especially patriotism. Certain generations of body minds that were born somewhere in the United States and America, societal structures, the way the Western world has been operating for a while, for a few decades now, stems from a degree of patriotism as well, and that patriotism was a conditional, applied, conditional type of expression. It's a form of expression. Patriotism is being proud of where you were born. See? That obviously is conjured, isn't it? Because a human being, what makes that human being more significant with that patriotism in America than some other human being in some other part of the world? No more, no less. You see, it's the equality. It's the equality of the human race. The balance, the perfect balance. We don't need to adjust that. We don't need to do that. It's already appearing that way. But then again, still, there's some type of system, a systematic way of going about what? Of going about interacting. Apparently appears to be some degree of interaction required, and a certain type of interaction seemingly should be taking place in order for that systematic way of going about doing things within a societal structure, for that to operate in a particular fashion, in a particular way that works. And seemingly so many intricate movements. And education, knowledge, information is key, is one of the key elements, one of the key components regarding the presence of a human corporeal body-mind action figure. So, in a sense, both apparently appears to be the case, whereby there's the conjuring, yeah, naturally, there's the idea of self-identification with the self. It's neither a good thing or a bad thing. It's just the way it apparently appears to be. So if everything is apparently appearing to be in a particular way, and nobody has a say about that, but it is just recognizing. I'm not referring to a say such as, oh, well, it should be this particular way, or it should be this other particular way, as certain religions are referring to a conditional creation and regarding a deity that needs to be appeased. So you need to pray, or you need to say so many prayers and so many mantras, just as is mentioned in these spiritual teachings, because if you don't, you're not going to be appeasing a certain force in nature, or at this hierarchy that exists that is beyond our understanding, and yet it is allegedly supposed to be existing, and that reincarnation and karma, and you're going to come back over and over again. Nobody does that. Nobody knows that. If it is that way, it is part of the absolute anyway, and that cannot even be controlled. So if reincarnation is really true to some degree, on some level, that cannot be controlled. Oh, but it has been thought to be that, entertaining the idea that if I live a particular way as a good person and I follow what Krishna says, or let's say with the Islamic what Muhammad says, or with the Christians what Jesus Christ tells me I should be doing, I should love my neighbor as myself, and all of these conditions and all of these commandments, all of these amendments, all of these regulations and policies and rules, they are all thought to be continuously part of absolutely every human being, but in a different way. That there's certain different separate ways for each, let's say, race. separation again. See, certain races of beings or certain races of let's say, for instance, Oriental people that live in a certain part of the planet, in Japan and China, Korea, the Philippines, out those certain regions, that they should be following some certain types of beliefs and they should be living their lives in some particular way. No. And then, meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, over in Russia and in Germany, here in the European parts of the world, of the planet, that certain groups should be following certain ways of life, and that there should be separate, different pockets of different ways of life according to the appearance and the type of person or people or race of. No, it's all mixed anyway. It's already coalescing anyway. And that, in a sense, is an example of what? That's an example of inseparableness. This, it apparently appears to be happening, is an example of an amalgamation of a mixture of absolutely every human corporeal appearance. Although there's certain different environments, and although there's going to be certain types of apparent appearances of effects and things of that nature, the bottom line is what? It's all inseparable anyway. Although it appears to be a certain way in different parts of the planet, different environments, and all of these differences, how is that applicable to what is unknowable, that energetic movements are in a particular field, or they're operating and functioning on a particular wavelength or a field of energy? Somehow, in some way, all of it's interconnected. All of the fields and the various intricate wavelengths and transmissions and thought patterns, and when I refer to transmissions, on so many different wavelengths, there's the frequency modulation, amplitude modulation, there's microwave, there's shortwave, there's all these different waves, and there's information within those waves. It is just extraordinary, the magnitude of the energetic movements, just as it's extraordinary regarding the electromagnetism of the mind, of the brain, of a body mind. That alone is extraordinary, mysterious in how that functions, how it apparently appears to be functioning. The countenance is so great. The amount of little synapses that are firing is so small, neurons, and between the brain matter of the neurons, there's these little gaps, and within those gaps is a little spark, likened to the spark plug of those Briggs and Stratton, as an example, Briggs and Stratton lawnmower engines back in the 60s and 70s, and in some of the cars in the auto industry they used to use spark plugs, and they still do. They still manufacture them in a particular way, but they're probably using a process that's a little bit more modernized and efficient. Engineers are always coming up with modifications and updates. Just like we see the example with software, there's always an update. Microsoft's always coming up with updates. And the reason why they say behind that is to refine the data and get the data to stream quicker, faster every time. Started out with 2G, 3G, up to 4G, now with mobile phones. Now, what is there? 5G. And then there are certain groups of people that are saying, well, with technology like that, there might be some repercussions. There might be some hazards behind that. Scrambling the neuronic firing of brains, minds. There's just so many of these strong impulses on such a strong frequency that it may be detrimental to the very fabric of the structure of the DNA of living cells, and then especially with neuronic firing, the brainwave patterning, that there may come a time that if it gets too out of hand, the technology, it may just begin to disrupt. And there are these theories about that, where these well, these doctors that specialize in urology, and they claim that a lot of these newly discovered mental illnesses are attributed to a lot of the modern technology that's coming out now, and the 5G may be the result of causing even more brand new types of mental conditions. The Asperger's, the autism, the ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, all of those things are attributed to a gradual introduction of an increase of the digital world and these towers of radiation, radiating signals and impulses. I mean, already the towers that are built out in, let's say, remote places away from subdivision, that was already discovered, where the radiation coming off of those electrical towers, electricity is so strong that nearby small towns was causing sudden death. What did they call it in the cradle? Sudden death syndrome or something like that, where too much of that radiation was. There was a tower was discovered correlated, and it took a while though to notice that there was a correlation between those towers. And so, what's going to happen as modern technology increases and more cell towers go up for better efficiency, for better signals, so that people can communicate with each other a lot more efficiently without a disruption. So, a lot of things to consider. A lot of things to consider. How do they pertain to the absolute, to absolutely everything? Well, it is part of absolutely everything that's arising anyway, isn't it? It's energy. It's energy. It's being harnessed and manipulated. Apparently appears to be that way. Is anybody or any groups of bodies, is there any satsang addressing these type of issues? Do they really matter? Well, yeah, the bottom line doesn't really even matter, because it's just appearances of energy anyway. So that's what the Neo-Advaitins is going to say about all of that. No matter how many times or how much technology and how many ways that's reorganized, or whatever inventions come up in the future, what's referred to as a future timeline, however far it goes. I mean, even with Spielberg, with the contention in the movie AI, artificial intelligence, and the other one, what was the other one? No, yeah, it was AI, artificial intelligence, with the idea of the little boy that didn't realize, this is similar to the story of Pinocchio, it thought it was alive, but it felt lonely, but it wanted to meet its creator because it didn't really know what it was. It was sentient, it had self-awareness, but it saw other human beings. It didn't understand what it was. It was an android, and it was just a creation. And it's just an extraordinary movie if that idea is entertained. So in a sense, a body mind is likened to a type of an android. It feels as though it's self-identifying with its own self, because it feels separate from everybody and everything else. It feels terminally unique, and it thinks it is, because it's thinking about it that way. See, it's in the thinking. And then, if it thinks a certain way, entertains certain ideas, then it believes that. So if it believes that it is a terminally unique individual person, and that it has its own body mind, its own life to live, because it's claiming its own body mind, that it's separate. It's not really separate. It apparently appears to be, but it really isn't. So there it is. It's both. It apparently appears to be that way, and it really isn't that way. We are and we are not. The absolute is and it is not. It is both. Can it be seen any other way? If it is seen in any other way, then it's going to be believed and seen in some other way based on a self-conscious, conscious self's way of thinking. It's going to entertain some other idea other than the way that the absolute is and is not. Everything and nothing inseparable.
As a foreign pathogen or a parasitical movement. And why I see it that way is because if you're in the act of being identified, the best way to point it out to someone would picture that which you identified as other. Yeah? If you could see it as not you, the possibility of being free from it becomes available. If you keep calling it you, you're wishing to be free as it, which is another form of bondage to it. Yeah? So the alcoholism needs that self-centeredness, and so we can get some relief from alcoholism, and it doesn't mean we get relief from self-centeredness. Yeah. And one of the main aspects of self-centeredness is being the doer, the thinker, the feeler, the haver.
The knower.
Yeah, and if you listen to the language that's playing in our heads, the English language, it implies we have a lot to do with a lot of shit we have nothing to do with.
There we go.
It does. I mean, I was in the water surfing about 6 years ago, 5 years ago, and see, this is the word my.
There you go, you caught it.
Denotes ownership.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
The left knee went out in the
Thank
water,
you very much for catching
then,
that, Paul.
I had to go to the hospital and everything like that. So when I would tell people what happened, I said I hurt my knee in the water. It sounded like I went out there with a hammer and fucking hit my knee. Oh no, I became aware the knee went out because I'm not 2 levels below a coconut. You know, there's a certain sentience or cognizance here.
Wow.
So I noticed something, but when I reported it to everyone, it sounded like I did it in a weird way. Yeah? I hurt my knee.
Interpretation.
I hurt my knee, and I'm a knee herder or something. You know? So
see right there. It sounds funny, yeah, it's comical, yeah, people getting entertained at the satsang, fine. But really consider that, though. That's what has happened with religions. One person said and interpreted a teaching in a book, Bible, and accounts of somebody that did something, and then they deified, for instance, the Jesus Christ that they refer to as the Master of Justice, Teacher of Righteousness. He brought truth, and then he said he was the truth, and that everybody is a manifestation of that same truth. And even to this day, it's applicable with the Neo-Advaitin. But you see, what the conjured self did, it took that information, and it took it upon itself to use it for what? For its own purposes. It believed it could use it for power, manipulation. Vatican. Look at the Vatican. It's 2 by 4 and from itself. It's its own society. It's its own city, the Vatican City. It's its own. Within its walls and within its territory. It does not work. Not applicable. Not applicable to absolutely anything. It is nothing spiritual. It has nothing to do with anything that's spiritual. Has nothing to do with any type of spiritual teaching, any conditional followings. You have to do this so that you can get that. You have to be taking action, or you have to be a very, very, very nice person, and then you have to go to church and then confess your sins, because if you don't, you're going to wind up in an eternal hell when you die. All of the and their misinterpretations of the information. So it's an example of such a new belief of Christianity with these Bibles, with this Old and New Testament, far newer than what? There's a lot more ancient teachings and philosophies and ways of life that were mentioned. Far more ancient than Christianity. So go back as far as it's possible to check any kind of information that's available. And that information that you access, what is one of the oldest? Sumerians are extremely old as well. But the Vedic Vedanta, is that just like the Christians are saying with the Bibles? No, of course not. Why do you think that is? Obviously, that showed up afterwards. What's far more ancient than that? Obviously, the Vedic Vedanta, far more ancient. And it touches upon absolutely everything, doesn't it? It doesn't leave anything out. If you notice how thorough, just look into it. It's quite obvious. A lot more thorough. With Christians, it's very vague. Very vague. 10 commandments to follow. Follow the 10? Okay, fine. If you're not following the 10, having trouble following the 10, go to church. There's ordained, special individuals that are ordained. You can't be ordained unless you follow the rules and regulations to become ordained. But what do I have to do? Abstinence. Oh, there's certain conditions. You have to live your life a certain way. And just because you live your life a certain way, does that make you automatically ordained by somebody else? No. See, it is so obvious, isn't it? So, therefore, if a body mind is taking the time to unravel all of that, and it does take time, quite a bit, because there's so many beliefs that so many different body minds are entertaining. So many different branches of beliefs. Mormon, Seventh-day Adventist, Pentecostal. It just goes on and on. It just all these different denominations that are branching off of Christianity. Same thing happened with the Upanishads and the Gitas. Then they branched off to different types, and then different types of gurus, different types of spiritual disciplines, different type of mantras to repeat, different types of movements with the body, all kinds of slapping of the arms and body and jumping up and leaping, and then the lotus positions and all of those things, shaved heads, orange robes, the statues, the Buddha statues. It goes on and on like that. All of that's not necessary. But it's fashioning. It's taking what is believed. It's taking the beliefs and then turning them into a spiritual teaching and a religion, and that's conditional. And if you don't follow it, well, then there's repercussions. You're on your own. If you can't follow what we're offering here, then continue to go off in some other way. Go find yourself some other way. No, you don't have to. Nobody has to. There are no rules, regulations to follow. The absolute is freely arising as absolutely everything. Automatically, it's the default position. You can't go wrong and you can't go right. You don't have to go wrong. You don't have to go right. That's the basis of the freedom, the radical freedom of the absolute. It doesn't take any volition. It doesn't take any accord of volition to simply be. Just as so many satsangs, the way that the body mind, the birth name and birthright Paul Hederman with this Neo-Advaitin, this particular Neo-Advaitin, that he's making a whole lot of sense, not to, by, for, and from the Conjured Self, but he's pointing out how a body mind is taking itself and self-identifying with itself as though it's separate, as though it's figured it out, and it has its own take on it. So he listens to somebody else that's referring to non-duality and Advaitins, and it's turning it into turning it into a subject, and then turning it into a kind of just as the New Agers were doing, turning it into a spiritual teaching. No, it's recovering it back to the way it originally was when the Upanishads the very first groups that didn't even scribe it yet. When it was scribed, that's when it turned into a spiritual teaching. And then that's when it turned conditional. And then it started branching off. Certain scribes were interjecting processes of and turning it into spiritual teachings. Well, the Upanishad says this, this, and this, And if you follow this particular pattern of what is stated there, then we can turn that into a development of a becoming that you can change from self identifying and then just drop it of your own free will and volition. No. Nobody's doing that. It's not a doing, it's not a process, it's nothing that's applicable to be, it doesn't have to be. It's conjured, it's made up, it's fictitious. Just the idea of having to put together a spiritual teaching and taking the Upanishads and the Gitas and turning it into a particular process of following and way of life and that type of thing. No. Life is running its course as it does of its own accord and volition. No knowing's involved in that, and no doing's involved in that. Just simply being. The default position of the automatic is a response, but it's such a natural response, nobody has to do anything about it. And nobody has to know anything about that. Just simply be. Because you're already being anyway. And the moment as you conjure the idea that, wait a minute, I could be a better person now. I know I can. Because I don't feel like I'm fulfilled yet. See? Those ideas are given. The spiritual teaching is catering to the subconscious conjure self in that way. Because if it doesn't feel fulfilled, doesn't feel enlightened, it believes that it can seek a spiritual teaching in order to acquire enlightenment, in order to acquire self-improvement. No. That's conjured, see? But the self-conjured conjured self eats that up because it, how? How does it eat it up and how does it believe it and how does it take it on, take it aboard and then takes it upon itself, 2x4 and from itself, and then it follows. Follows the guru or follows that particular spiritual teaching. And it believes it's going to help it reach enlightenment, acquire a higher level of consciousness, a higher level of awareness. There are no levels. To just simply be. It's extraordinary, the simplicity, but the amazing mystery how absolutely everything is just so perfect and fulfilled and it's just right. It's the way it's always been. It's been okay. But you see, the self-conjured self always believed that no, it's not good enough. No, I don't know enough yet. I need to know more information. I don't think I have enough information because I'm not noticing anything dramatic changing. I'm not noticing anything happening. I neither notice improvements in my life or no improvements. I don't notice any of those things. I used to conjure the idea of noticing them, but then I didn't realize I was conjuring them 2x4 and from myself. I was coming up with that in this mind that I thought was my own. So that's why I felt the way I did. See, and I thought I was feeling a certain way because I was isolating myself from everybody and everything else. I was isolating in a particular way that I believed I self-identified with a certain way of thinking that was different and separate from everything else. Everybody else couldn't possibly feel like I feel. They couldn't possibly be entertaining the thoughts that I do. But notice as it is said, the majority of the satsangs presented by this neo-Advaitin with a birth name, birthright upon Hitterman, he says, about the terminal uniqueness and about thoughts. Well, if all these thoughts are heard and entertained by other body minds, then either they're not my thoughts, or they're just simply thoughts that they're being apprehended and entertained as though they're owned, as though there's an ownership of particular thoughts. No, they're just simply thoughts. But then it's the belief that sets in. There is a separate thought, and then there's a belief. And the belief is conjured from a particular way of thinking. So if a body mind is conjuring an idea that is separate from everybody and everything else, that it has terminal uniqueness, but it's not that, it's not going to recognize what it's not. It's going to think that that's what it really is. But it isn't that. And when there's a recognition that it knows it's not that, then it recognizes that, oh, we are the puppet masters. The puppet masters of those puppets that are visibly observable in mirrors. These appearances of human corporeal body minds, units of local quality consciousness energy forms that are temporally temporary, in space and time, and not of space and time, simultaneously. Yeah. Both are apparently appearing to be intermingling. Not only at the same time, but also timelessly and boundlessly. No parameters, no conditions, no boundaries, no parameters. Nothing has a boundary, nothing has a parameter. It's infinitesimal complexification, infinite universe, and it's unknowable. Nobody knows that. It's not finitudinal. It's not a finite universe. It's an infinite universe. There is no theory of everything. Nobody can theorize about everything. It just simply is absolutely everything and nothing inseparable, and that's not finite. That's not finitudinal. No. It's not theoretical either. So the astrophysics can continue to try and attempt, and it's going to do it. It's going to come up with theories of everything. This is the theory of everything. Oh, but be careful. There's going to be some kind of extraterrestrial race that's going to take over the earth one day. And be careful with the technology too, because if the technology of the androids, if they get too intelligent, they're going to be so sentient, so intelligent, and so advanced that they're going to take over the human race, and that the human race will be slaves to. See, that's that idea. See, they're entertaining that idea as well. And the movie AI is a very good example of that. That could actually happen. Could. Even if it did, would that change the absolute and how it arises? No. Just another appearance, just another movie. Just like movies are conjured, right? Executive producers, they have a script and they come out with movies. Everybody has a script, has a story just like that. Everybody, the life that was led to, by, for, and from a body, they have their own movie in their own minds that they believe are their own. They're tapping into them. They can still tap into the memory because they programmed that body mind to think in a particular fashion, that it had its own experiences, and then it could prove that with stills, pictures, a family album, things like that. But those are just stories. They're fictional stories about body minds. That's it. They appear in space and time. They go through a story. They go through experiences. But they're not their own experiences. They're just simply experiences. And those experiences are put together into a story. So I can share with you my life story, put it into an autobiography. Every single body mind could write its own fictional story if it wanted to. And it could write its own autobiography. Does that matter? Is one body mind's autobiography better than somebody else's? Than some other body mind's life that they thought they were leading on their own? Yeah, it was appearance of a body mind, and it had certain experiences. Sure, it did. Is there any significance behind that? Is that better or worse than some other bodies or some other story? It's like comparing movies, in a sense. Movies are fictional. You have sci-fi, science fiction, different types of fiction. Yeah, different types of fiction. And even that which is labeled nonfiction is supposed to be allegedly true and exclusively true is not. So there's neither. There's neither exclusively fictitious, and there's neither exclusivity of fictitious stories, nor is there exclusivity in non-fictitious stories. It's all one and the same. It's all together. They're just different stories that are told, but the layout and the setup, the absolute, remains the same. The appearances of change are just that, just appearances of change. There's entropy, energetic movements that are a little bit lesser. They get weak. Energy fizzles out, and then it sparks up somewhere else in the infinite universe, and it's just going on and on randomly. But at the same time, on a smaller scale, here on this particular Earth-like planet that we label, name, categorize, and the stories that can be told, the stories of Earth, they're all conjured, different stories about that. Is there any significance? Is one story better than another? No. Is one version of the story of Earth better than some other story? No. They're just different stories, different accounts, different perspectives. And the perspectives and the accounts and the approaches and the interpretations are innumerable. Good luck with that one and try to categorize and put that one together. Libraries and libraries and libraries of information. It just keeps going on and on and on. And a particular body mind cannot claim to know it all. Cannot know all there is to know that's knowable. Because there's still that which is unknowable. See? It's both. There's knowable and unknowable. There's visible and that which is observable and that which is not observable. That which is real and that which is unreal. That which is and that which is not. But it's not exclusively is, and it's not exclusively not is. Is not. There's no exclusivity in neither. It's all one and the same. All of it. And it is. Always. Always.
Constant referring to us as the doer and the haver of things is very, very strong, even to the point when we've lived an active life of addiction and alcoholism, and we get introduced to the first step of the 12-step program, that we were powerless over it. Yeah? So to me, being powerless over something is like dancing with a gorilla. You're going to stop when the gorilla wants to stop. Yeah? You don't have much say in what happens. Yes? Powerless means something you don't have any power to change the outcome of stuff. So when we're taken over by alcoholism, we're powerless. So basically, we're apt to do almost anything, yeah, while we're under the influence. And if you've been under the influence to that level of a real addict or real alcoholic, you know there was no volition. You weren't sitting there choosing, oh, I'm going to do this and then end up in jail and then get beat up. No, you were thinking like it was going to work out or somehow you would get over on something. But so the idea that we still don't even get the real sense of the statement powerless, because powerlessness should let us off the hook of guilt and shame based on a lot of the behaviors that were exhibited to us when we were under the influence. Yet, we go into recovery in all of its openness and possibility, yet we still are harvesting guilt and shame from those behaviors that we did under the influence. We still believe in the system itself that we did it. Yeah? And so we're not getting the relief that's possible yet. We're not, because the alcoholism is not the original disease. The original disease is self-centeredness. Yeah? The alcoholism amplifies the disease, because you'll see a lot of the rudimentary aspects of self-centeredness do not go away when you have recovery from alcoholism. Yeah? They don't. So there's still that ownership of shit that you don't need to and aren't the owner of. When I went out there, when I was on a run, unless you could physically stop me, I would have done anything to you. That was the key. So there, and that was a large swath of many years. And yet the head goes there all the time, not now, thank God, but used to go there all the time, had its little fucking shame and guilt plot, grew it, watered it, fucking had shit from 40 years ago. Yeah? 40 years ago. And then I started to see, let's say there's a miracle today in my life, I forget it in about an hour. But I have a resentment for 40 years I've been cooking up. There's something off. It's not like a balanced playing field. There's a big bias, yeah? And we're swimming upstream mostly. And the thing is, your voice can fool you for hundreds and hundreds of fucking times or years. But if you heard it as a voice, you may have immunity to it. But the problem is, the alcoholism talks to us and it sounds like us. Yeah, that's why you know the hostility of this thing. You know it. When this parasite takes you over, it's a fucking hostile takeover. It's not hospitable to the host. Yeah, it really isn't. Yet, so why aren't we recognizing it as something other so that the possibility of being free from it could be available? Like if a big bug came in this room, not on two legs, but a big bug, a big bug with fangs and everything, came in and landed on my arm, and then I would see it, I'd knock it right off. The 80th time, the first time, the 300th time. Yeah, I would knock the fucker off. It would be, oh, great, nice to see you again. Yeah, suck me or whatever, No, it would be like, get the fuck off, get the fuck off. But you can't get the fuck off if you're the get the fuck off. Yeah, you can't, it doesn't work. So the parasite, for its opportunity to live through the host, it has to convince the host that the host is the parasite. And that's what it's done. We're living for it. And the freedom is from it. Yeah? From, like, psh. So where it says in AA, there's a statement, and I believe the big book of AA was a download. And so I don't even know what Bill, maybe Bill didn't even know what he was fucking saying. But it's open, the principles aren't open to interpretation, but a lot of the pointings are. And so he said this thing of, well, first we went over it last night, the idea that we manufacture our own misery. I don't believe that. I believe we're the facilities that something, if it takes over the factory, manufactures misery through. I also believe that same manufacturing plant that we are can manufacture a lot of products, like joy, service, empathy, companionship, a lot of things. Yeah,
another one is knowing, is the knowledge base, and beliefs. That's the big one. The beliefs are attributed to what is conjured. And what is conjured from that which we are not. What we are not is that which is self-identified with that idea that it is a separate individual person with terminal uniqueness to, by, for, and from itself. That it is separate from everybody and everything else, that it has its own life it's living, its own personal experiences, its own original thoughts and ideas, and its own plan for itself. It already has plans for its own future. And if it doesn't work out, guess what happens? It gets depressed. It gets very, very reactionary. The body-mind reacts to the plans that do not work out, to, by, for, from itself. Why set any plans like that when the future doesn't matter and the past didn't matter? What really matters is what? Going with the flow, with the absolute. You're already being, you're existing. Just naturally do that, and just you travel. Regarding traveling lighter, the travel aspect is the beingness. That's the traveling apparatus. The traveling stream is going along with the flow, going along with the absolute, however it arises. If the body-mind wakes up the next day, it's habitual offending what it does anyway. It has to go to the bathroom. It urinates. Yeah, it sleeps. It rests. It consumes food. It gets thirsty. It drinks. It gets hungry. It eats food. Yeah, same thing, day in and day out. What's wrong with that? There's nothing neither right or wrong. It's just function. The body mind is simply functioning as it has for so many years. And there's going to come a day, what's inevitable? The body mind will no longer function. Entropy. And it doesn't know. It doesn't know how and in what manner it is no longer going to be functioning. And that death of itself. Oh, there's the end of what apparently appears to be the enlivening of a body mind, but the death is not to, by, for, and from the body mind, the death. It's just simply cellular structures that wear out. It's entropy. It's energy that naturally, gradually depletes. It is likened to slowing down this action right here. This. See that? No longer any light. Lights are out. Okay? But slowing that down in space and time, in a sense, that is what apparently appears to happen to, by, for, and from a body mind that was once animated. That artificial light, it's radiating light, gradually dims. It gradually dims, and then it's no longer emanating light. But that energy that was once animating that body mind to appear and be observably visible in mirrors, and then to apparently appear as some manifestation of a human corporeal form, of a temporary unit of local quiet conscious energy. That animating principle of energy is an energy field that disperses, just like as the dispersion of light. When there's no longer electricity illuminating, there's no more lumens, the illumination, the radials of the emitting, although it's artificial light, it's not sunlight, although it's artificial light off of the light bulb, it's still emitting a frequency of light. That's what we are. We're that energetic movement that's radically free, it's timeless, and it's boundless. That's what we are. We're energy. We're not this. This is what we're not, this appearance of a body mind. We're not this. But why? Why is everything the way that it appears? Because it is not how it's been described using languages. Using the English language as an example, and using the sciences to make an effort to explain, to know what this is all about. No. It's unknowable. It cannot be known how and why. It apparently appears to be a certain way. There's no meaning, reason, purpose behind the appearance. It's just manifestation. It's just manifestation appearing. And if it's going to be described as all these appearances are going to be described as though they're separate appearances of separate things, that's just self-identification. That's just the conjuring of a separate entity that believes it is separate from everything else. All it is just energy. But it's trying to make an effort to understand. It's trying to cognize. It's trying to figure it out. It needs to know. It needs to give itself a meaning, a reason, and a purpose to appear as it does. So it comes up with a name, comes up with a birth certificate, and then it comes up with a societal structure because it doesn't know what else it's going to do with itself. It feels that it needs to do something with itself, so it comes up with these conjurings. It's neither right or wrong. It's neither good or bad. It's none of those dualities, and yet it creates them. So, it's just entertaining those ideas, and comes up with stories, and it makes attempts to understand, to cognize, and figure it out, because that's what it does. A self-conjured self does that. It believes it's doing that, to, by, for, and from itself. It believes it needs to know. It needs to know about itself. It needs to apply some degree of purpose, meaning, and reason for it to be alive. It feels as though it's alive, but it wants to know. It wants to know why. It wants to know how and why. Because it's an inquiring mind. It wants to know how and why. So that's why there will always be a satsang, and there will always be questioners. There will always be conjured cells around. Always. Always. Because there's still body minds that are walking around as though they feel like they're separately walking around. Yeah, they believe that. They believe that they're walking around separately. And that they're separate from everybody and everything else. Terminal uniqueness. Yeah. To, by, for, and from itself. And it will continue to live until the very last breath it takes. And at that moment it takes its last breath, then it recognizes that everything and nothing is inseparable. But if it recognizes that prior to this idea of terminal uniqueness, then it has not a single inkling of worry or concern about this idea of death, of no longer existing. There's not a single smidgen of concern or worry or fear. None whatsoever. And it's not the body mind claiming, well, I'm fearless. I don't care about that. No, it's not like that either. It's just a natural recognition that nobody is neither born nor do they die. See, this is why you hear it. And then when a self-conjured self hears that, you know what it's going to say? Oh, well, that's the nihilist approach. That's the nihilist interpretation of non-duality. No, it's not. It's neither nihilist or not nihilist. It's neither. It's simply a recognition that the idea of being born and dying are just conjured concepts. They're ideas. They are. It's just an idea. It's concepts. Just as names and labels and categorizations are conjured to label and name separate things that are within the absolute, as though they're separate things within everything, and everything that appears could be anything separate, and so it identifies and labels them, and it has. It's learned that through the years, ever since it began to do this and believe, oh, these are my hands, these are my fingers, this is my life, my body, my family, and then it goes on and on and on. I'm going to live my life. I'm going to prepare for it every 5 to 10 years. I'm going to try to plan to go in a particular direction so that I can have a certain particular type of destiny. My fate, my destiny is based on my actions that I carry out now, and so in the near future I could go towards a plan of action, and if it turns out a certain way, that's fine, and if it doesn't turn out the way that I plan, well, I'm going to have to go with it anyway, like it or not, however that turns out to be. But does all of that matter? No, the future doesn't matter. The past didn't matter. Does the present really matter? No, but it's always present. It's always been presence. It's all about presence. The absolute is presently everywhere. Throughout the infinite universe, the absolute is and isn't. It is and it isn't. And the body mind that tries to figure that out on its own, no, cannot, because it's unknowable. It's unknowable to, by, for, and from nobody. And it's not necessary to try to figure it out, because it cannot be figured out. It doesn't need to be figured out. It's not necessary to figure out the absolute. It doesn't need to be figured out. It's of its own accord and volition, however it's going to arise. Because it's absolutely everything and nothing inseparable. Ad infinitum. Always been that way, always will be that way in all spaces and times throughout the infinite universe.
Who's running the factory, you'd be producing different things, yeah? So this idea of we manufacture our misery, I think roots back into the self-centeredness, that you're, once again, then you start fucking blaming yourself for being a manufacturer of misery, yeah? What, it's like piling on constantly. And when it says, we have to quit playing God, it doesn't work. And maybe we're missing something, because then we move to the third step, and then sometimes the third step seems like a transactional deal. All right, I'm going to surrender shit, but if I think it's important enough, I'm taking it back. Yeah? So a lot of people, they surrender and then they take it back. This is all made up. Surrender, take it back, only to get their asses kicked to finally surrender. Take it back. You may not have another option. One time you may take it back, and then you're left with the fucking thing. Yeah? So to me, my feeling is, he is trying to tell us that that which is playing God is listening to the message, quit playing God. So the head is playing God, and then it hears, you have to quit playing God. So then the head tries to quit playing God, yeah, which is playing God. And it's captured in the statement in our community, self can't get out of self. It's meaning the exact same thing, yeah? So that which is playing God can't quit playing God. That would be playing God ad infinitum. So how is one going to get out? You have to see you're not in. You have to question the assumed fact. Am I the thinker of these thoughts? Am I the doer of all the actions, or do actions get compelled in me and then they're acted out? Yeah? Am I just an expression of the parasite, or can I express the higher power? Yeah? And so here it is, in this world, we're taking in tons of information all day, and then the selfing, the mental process, the parasite, is collating it and writing up a story. Yeah, that's what it does. That same information could be surrendered over to the higher power, and you'd get a whole new story. The same information. The same information of the day would be taken in, and there would be a whole new meaning to it. Yeah? That's the option. Perhaps there's a better way. Trusting something infinite rather than finite self. How do we trust finite self? We're listening to the thoughts, basically. That's how we're trusting finite self. We fucking believe what it's saying.
Right?
And we give it the power to affect us. That's unbelievable to me. It's freaking unbelievable. I'm giving the power that I am over to it to fuck with me. Okay? And what happens if you come in this program? I have a nephew out now, you know, and he's been, every phone call, I could have read the script, yeah? He's yapping just to get to asking me for money. Just little this, hi Uncle Paul, and then all right, let's just move right to the chase. You know, how much money you want? And I've learned that if I lend him money, it's giving money. You know? I'm keeping track, Uncle Paul. Yeah, sure. You know, and then I could just write the script. I mean, we're thinking we're so unique. We're just a run-of-the-mill fucking addict alcoholic. I could write the rest of your life if you left this place. If you left this place, I could write the rest of your life. And I'd be pretty close to it. Maybe certain locations and nouns would be different, but the same shit would be there. Really, yeah? If you're an addict of our type, you're fucked. That's it. You're fucked. It says in a lot of when they're going into the steps in the beginning, the first few steps, it's saying being convinced, being convinced, being convinced. That's the requirement. For the patient has to be convinced of certain things, like any life run on self-will will not be successful. Yeah? Once you're convinced of that, you're primed for the solution. But if you don't understand the problem, you think you have a solution. Yeah? You think you have a solution. And the problem that's happening now is a lot of people are coming to these programs not based on them, but their parents and shit. Other people want them sober. They don't want to fucking be sober. You know? And if they pay $30,000 to somebody, I'm sure you're gonna let it go on instead of say, get the fuck out of here. You know, because you're in a business, you need that 30,000. So I was consulting. This guy got in touch with me. This is trippy. A headhunter from France. Like, who the hell's going to look for me as a corporate position? So I'm going, he says, I think I have a position for you. I said, unless it's prone, I don't want it. He says, these people are opening up a new rehabilitation center in Chiang Mai, Thailand. And they want you to be the program director. I said, what? I said, no, but I'll talk with them. Yeah. So I talked with them, and they were telling me, asking me, and I said, you got to emphasize service. And they said, oh, you mean do we have to tailor the service around the clients? No, fucking put the clients into the service. Yeah. Don't tailor anything for the fucking client. Put them into the service. Take them to a soup kitchen. Yeah. Oh, but what? Fuck it. Take them to a soup kitchen. What, do you take them to the Ritz Carlton and so you pass the salt? Oh, I'm serving. You know? No. Why would you want to baby the fucking parasites? Just like when I'm talking to my nephew, I haven't talked to him in about the last 5 phone calls. I've been talking to the parasite. Simple as that. He's not there for all intents and purposes. So here, this program, for me, what needs to be done to this as the action figure can't happen in 2 days. I need a way of life. I need a way of life that has principles. I also need a way of life that has a lot of meetings. Yeah? So you see, a church in Dover may have 1 meeting a week. We have 500 meetings a week. AA understands the problem. It resides in the mind. It's agitation that begets more agitation, and we're living in a delusional state. We're seeing threats where there aren't. Yeah, we're holding grudges that may never even happen. Yeah, and most importantly, we don't see our role in anything. We just don't. We're fucking blind to it. We're constantly this, and there's no solution there. None. The first big wave of recovery is finally seeing your role in it. And I remember when it happened with me. I did my first inventory without an understanding. I didn't see how the first column was connected to the fourth column. I didn't see my role in it. And then I was going to these guys' seminar, Joe and Charlie, which I recommend their information on the internet. Joe and Charlie are both passed away, but they used to do a big book study for 4 days. And I was at an AA meeting, and 2 people in the meeting looked pretty bright. And then I asked them what happened, and they had been at this Joe and Charlie. And then I didn't hear about it for a couple months. And then another meeting, someone said, hey, we have Joe and Charlie sign-ups, and I ran right up there and grabbed one, and I signed up to go. And I went up to Sacramento. I didn't know anyone there, but there was like 600 people very enthusiastic about recovery. Enthusiastic, yes? They were excited. You know, the willingness was there, and they were just gobbling it up. And I went there, and on Saturday morning, they got to the 4th step. And, you know, the book isn't, you know, geometry, algebra. It seems simple, but I had no idea, you know, why Wendy left me and what was my role in it, you know. I thought I was a victim. And then they just explained it, and I got it, yeah. And this is the beauty of recovery, when you start getting it, yeah. I got it. I ran back to my room, and I did a 4th step very clearly, and I could see this, and I could see this. And actually, you could have went this way, really. You could move the 4th column to the 1st column, and then just have what plays out from the 1st column, and you're always going to see that you made a decision based on self. It says it right in the book. It's beautiful. People step on our toes without provocation, but we invariably find, meaning you always find, if you look at it, that you and I have made a decision based on self, and I'm talking about self as a foreign fucking thing. We made a decision based on self that later put us in a position to be hurt. Everything, every situation, you can see it that way. So the fourth column is really the first column. Yeah, but we don't see the parasite. We don't see the parasite doing its shit. We have to see the parasite by seeing it doing its shit, seeing the shit. Yeah, the shit leads us to the dog. We don't see the dog. So at first we got to be managing a lot of shit, and we have. I should tell the story. I'm leading on to an old story, which I didn't even know it was. It was just a poopa scoopa story. Because I was giving these workshops for years in San Francisco on the fourth step, and you're just trying to trigger.
Oh fuck! God, I love this guy, man.
You're trying to let the mind not get the words, but the words. Solicits an image, because the mind works in imagery or pictures much more than words. Yeah. So here's a guy who has a beautiful house, and he's got this huge lawn in the back. Great, and he rents it out for weddings, and he has like lawn bowling tournaments. Every morning he jumps off the porch with no shoes and runs around in the morning dew, and he loves it. And then one day he does the same thing like he always does, bright and early. And jumps in and he lands on some shit, yeah, and so it's all over his feet. So the first fitting itself around the problem, he has to wear shoes now. So now he puts on some shoes and he's walking around his property and stinks to high heaven. There's shit every kind of shit everywhere. He says, what the fuck? So then he says, I'm just going to avoid this. Goes back into the house, closes the door, goes back out, and there's more shit. Yeah. So now he just says, fuck it, closes the door and just starts buying pictures of lawns and puts it up there. And he's reminiscing, he's bitching about it wherever he goes. And then he finds that a lot of people having the same dilemma. So they have a meeting. Hey, Bill, you should go to this meeting. And they bitch about, oh, I had a lawn. It was great. I thought I was going to get married there. Now it fucking stinks to high heaven. I can't pick the shit up fast enough. And so some guy comes in and says, listen, I got a great poopa scooper. Yeah? And if you get good enough and fast enough, you'll have like a 2 by 6 feet piece of ground, at least for a few hours. Yeah? All right. That seems like the only possibility there is. So you start poopa scooping. And then you realize you can do double with 2, and you hit 2, and then the people around start finding out about you, so that you become a circuit speaker, and you go into places and talking about, oh yes, you can pick up so much shit so quickly. The shit keeps on coming, but we can pick it up almost as fast as it keeps coming. You know what I mean? And so now the guy starts selling autographed poopa scoopers. He's a big circuit speaker, has a little like overall with his name on it, Sam the Scooper or whatever. Who knows? Writes a book or 2 about it. So finally a guy comes over and says, hey, I heard you have a problem. He says, no, I got it managed. I got it unsolved. I'm a big fucking speaker. I got a new book coming out. I got 500 poopa scoopers in the garage. And the guy goes, okay. And as he's leaving, he goes, find the dog. What? Now, you would think the guy would go rushing to that solution, but there's an investment now in the shit. Yeah? His whole identity is based on shit. Yeah? So he doesn't see the solution. He wants to stick with his little, I'm a pretty good manager of it, So you would think somebody in recovery or entering in here with that hostile takeover would be open and fucking interested in the talks. Yes? You would think. But it's amazing. If this was like a physical disease, which it isn't, it expresses, they would be lined up. If somebody who had cancer said, all you gotta do, day at a time, go to meetings, help some other people, there'd be fucking thousands of people doing it to save their fucking physical ass. But we don't, it is not a physical disease. It's a disease that tells you you don't have a disease. Yes? It talks to you as you. The problem resides in the mind. The thought system that you're listening to, as like a GPS, isn't going to take you to the destinations you want to go to. It isn't. I remember when I used to go out, I just wanted to have some fun. I'll go back to the pooper scooper. Just want to have some fun, so I'd go out, go have a couple of beers, everything going pretty well, cop some coke, shoot some pool, everything going good. Want to meet a girl, let's go to the club, start going to the club, and I get arrested. Yeah? Now that wasn't in my plan. So I go to jail, I get out the next morning, and then the next day I do the same fucking thing, expecting different results. We're listening to a failed GPS. Its maps are from like 1970, yes? And it sounds just like you, so it says, I did a talk in rural Massachusetts. We got there late. We were gonna stay at this farmhouse. And then there was a big commotion at this railroad crossing, and there was the police and everything. So we rolled down the window, we, officer, what's happening? And the guy says, some lady was listening to her GPS. She drove onto the railroad tracks, and she kept going for 15 yards. The faith in the GPS was sufficient to override the and it's saying you're 500 feet to your destination. It's the same thing's happening up here. Listening to this thing, how am I in fucking milestone? I didn't think I'd meet my wife here. No, what's happening? But it's almost like a zealous, it's like a religious fervor. Listen to the fucking thing. Because the only reason why you're listening to it, it's presented as you and about you. I'm serious, because I've heard it as something other than me, and you'll have an immunity to it. It'll build maybe up slowly or quickly, but an immunity will build. And therefore, you won't be directed by thought, you'll be directed by the pause that's before all thoughts. Not as an infrequent visitor to the pause, but as a reliable place to rest in. Yeah, the pause. The pause that's there, a huge, huge space before that knee-jerk reaction can take effect, yeah? It doesn't matter the thoughts that are going through your head, it's when they produce an action. That's where you're going to be tattooed by, yeah? If that thought gets a chance to express, it's going to want to express more, and then it's using you as transportation. So back to the fucking pooper scooper. If you just see if you get the dog and get rid of the dog, there won't be no need for fucking picking up shit. But if you think you're the dog, you can't imagine getting rid of it. So you're destined, the highest level of destiny is to manage the shit. Or now they're entering all this introducing of harm reduction. Incredible capitulation. I'm not saying it's not necessary, but it's a capitulation to the parasite that we know we're fucking beat, so we're just gonna try at least make it not so bad. Jesus Christ, it's unbelievable. Only because the act of being identified is so stubborn. If you could see the real problem, there would be a real solution to it. Yeah? You could, like it's described in page 84, I think, the problem will not exist for you. Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? If you even live just a year or two, I lived lots of years under that tyranny. For it to not even exist for you for a day is mind-boggling.
Now, another way of saying that same statement is this. None of those conjured ideas and thoughts that were once presumed to be entertained and the gospel truth, so to speak, or something that must be adhered to or followed, was once to, by, for, and from somebody that you thought you were, but you're not. You never were that. So in other words, you're not that conjured self that used to think everything pertained to, by, for, and from itself. It used to believe that. This body-mind wholeheartedly believed that at one point, and it was a very, very strong, staunch seeker of information. It was gathering every single idea of a New Age concept, including all of the different entities and alleged extraterrestrials from other worlds that are unknowable, somehow conjured. Could have got that, extracted that from a freaking science fiction book. And a lot of it does sound that way, even to this day. Ashtar Command. It's just something that's akin to or likened to a Gene Roddenberry episode, or Star Trek. So, the same thing as he's saying there, entertaining these thoughts about that parasitic movement. The parasitic movement, of course, is that which is conjured from that mental thought system. The mental thought system does not need to be apprehended, required as cognizing and conjuring new ideas and new thoughts to follow, to, by, for, and from itself, to improve upon itself. It doesn't need to improve anything. And it doesn't even need to negate or get rid of anything. The only thing is, it's very simple. The only thing is in the manner by which a thought is entertained. It all starts in the thinking. Because then, in the thinking, it could conjure beliefs. And those beliefs are very convincing, just like this. These are fingers rubbing together. They're not mine. They're just fingers. So once that simplicity right there, start from that. And then you recognize that, oh, I never was that which I thought I was. I used to think that I was a separate, lonely person. And then suicidal thoughts would enter the mind, thinking, I am so low. I'm so insignificant. I don't have a job. Because I used to self-identify self-importance with a job. Not part of society anymore. I had no friends. All of these thoughts are entertained of doom and gloom and despair and depression and loneliness, and all of that's conjured. Just as much as happiness can also be conjured as well. I could just simply say to myself, to, by, for, and from myself, oh, everything's fine. I have a job. I'm getting by. I have my taxes I'm keeping up with. I'm keeping up with my bills. Everything seems to be fine. I'm okay. But then the idea of the inevitability starts to set in, and thinking, oh, it's not always going to be this great. It is for now. So that's good enough. That doesn't even matter. So no matter how good a body mind thinks it has it, or no matter how bad it thinks it has it, neither matters. Why? Because there's the obvious. What is the obvious? The inevitability of the temporal temporariness. That's right. There are no final destinations, because that is even conjured. The idea that I have yet to be home. I'll tell you, there's a group of the Star People. Brad Steiger. Look it up. Brad Steiger, he was a 1970s author. He's written something like 52 or so books, 60. Somewhere the numbers are very high. He's a very, in his field, he's a very, very famous author of books about the indigo children, star people, those souls or entities that are thought to have origins somewhere out in some other galaxy, in the infinite universe somewhere, and that these star people feel lonely and abandoned, and they yearn for home, because their home is out there in the infinite universe somewhere, far, far away from this particular part of the infinite universe. The idea is conjured again. But anyway, so it makes for sensational reading, though. It was really interesting, and this body mind took that and believed it. And there used to be a organization, there's a website, the International Starseed Network. We're trying to bring it back again. It's out there. Anybody could look into it. But this body mind bought into that as well. Because why? It was seeking. It was seeking to figure out a meaning, reason, and purpose for it to feel a particular way. It felt lonely. It felt out of place. It didn't feel a part of society. Never bought into it. Never could. And I could say I, or this body mind used to entertain the idea that, oh, maybe I'm just anti-establishment, and I don't agree with government rule that, you should have to do absolutely everything that the government tells you to, and if you don't, well, they're going to throw you in jail. Well, that has to do a lot with money. Capitalism is very, very strong in Texas. It's a Republican state, but they're very, very capitalistic there with money. I mean, they're money grubbers and lovers. And they're very, very materialistic and very power hungry with the money thing. And just look at when the Bushes were president, and they had their land in Texas and their oil fields and the oil interests, and that's how some people believe the Gulf War was a result of that kind of greed back then. But anyway, going off on that tangent, just simply, almost like a confession, this body mind could say, is simply recognize that no, it's not that either. It's not even that conjured idea. Star seeds. Nobody knows that. It's not knowable. It's not provable. Even if the evidence came up, where is that evidence going to lead? Nowhere. There's no particular place. So, and it has been recently mentioned by the body mind Neo Advaitin birth name birthright Jim Newman refers to home. That this is home. Spacious aliveness, empty fullness. That this is home. This is what's been longed for more than any body mind, any action figure could ever know. But what is behind the action figure, of course, is an energy field. And the energy field doesn't even need to know that. That throughout the infinite universe is home. Everywhere is home. Everywhereness. The absolute. That is pure, unconditional love. It has no conditions, has no meaning, reason, purpose, just to simply be the absolute. Everything and nothing inseparably so, and not so, ad infinitum. So we are and we are not, along with that. Although we call these human corporeal body minds humanly corporeal, but just because they are labeled that doesn't make them exclusively that, or exclusively so. However it is mentioned in any language, a body mind can continue to express in a language that does not make that particular language the ultimate truth, the ultimate language of identifying something. Mm-mm. Don't identify anything in particular to say that that's exclusively that particular way and that's it. No. Non-duality is all about everything. Everything and nothing inseparable. Not two of anything. The not two-ness of absolutely anything. There isn't anything that's separate. There's so many different ways to say it, and this is what the Neo Advaitins is referring to. Very, very basic, very simplistic, to the point, to fact. That's it. A school doesn't have to be created. Non-duality schools, no, they don't have to spring up. These satsangs, yeah, they're repetitive, but they only appear to be helpful to, by, for, and from what? The conjured self that believes that if they attend enough satsangs, then they're going to be able to recognize, cognize that they're not that they always thought they were. And just because it is stated that way does not make it exclusively that particular way. In other words, it's both. It's recognizing that absolutely everything is inseparable and nothing is left out and nothing else is added. That the setup, the layout, absolute, it appears as a layout, it can appear as a layout in a particular way. But however the absolute appears is that and far even more beyond beyond recognition, beyond imagination, beyond the knowable, timeless, boundless. There's still that which is unknowable. And there are even times when the body mind action figure can entertain the idea that this belief in an afterlife that is going to continue to exist, and it conjures these ideas and imaginations, these fanciful ways of thinking that once I am no longer aware and cognizant and visibly observable in mirrors, within this appearance of a planetary abode, an Earth-like planet that's referred to as Earth, Terra, different terms, Gaia, different terms have been used through the years, different ways to describe nature, reality-based, third-dimensional construct, and that there's an omniverse, a multiverse, there's multiple universes, and not only are there galaxies and multiple galaxies and billions of galaxies, but there are also billions of universes as well. A finite mind cannot grasp that, because the finite mind is thinking in terms of finiteness. It's thinking in terms of duality. No. Nice try, but it's not going to go anywhere. So, once it is recognized that it never was that which it thought it was, then it's going to recognize that as it continues to apparently appear to be, it is already naturally being. It always has been. And then it's not going to recognize a feeling of terminal uniqueness anymore. In other words, it's going to have such a degree of dispersed awareness that the thoughts that it used to entertain are going to just dissipate into nothing, and then what's going to apparently appear to happen is that although I was never this body mind action figure, I was never this, and that I have always been an energy field coalescing and mixing, but I don't know it. I'm not cognizant of that. I'm not aware of that coalescing and mixing. The only thing that can be claimed, I mean, not even a body mind can claim that it is a disembodied spirit, or it's dispersed awareness, or it's infinite, it's an energy field of infinitudinal complexification. It can only simply say and state that going along, going with the flow, however it's going to manifest, however it's appearing, that's just it. That's just the absolute. The body. The absolute is bodying. And all the different bodies that are bodying is the absolute bodying. And the chair chairing and the wall walling, you've heard that with Tony Parsons before. So that's just a figure of speech. What is saying that? Well, apparently it appears to be a human corporeal form that is stating, making statements and expressing in this particular way, but this is not the only way to express. See, that's the beauty of non-duality, that's the beauty of Advaitins. There are innumerable ways to express. And in so many different languages and dialects, so many different ways to express the absolute, because there are innumerable ways, and the absolute is absolutely everything and no thing inseparable. So if that's the case, then it just simply goes on and on. On and on, on and on. In every way possible. And every way that's impossible. That which is and is not. We are not. It's infinitesimal complexification as everything and no thing that is so and not so, to, by, for, and from nobody, for no apparent reasons, meanings, and purposes other than of its own accord and volition ad infinitum throughout the infinite universe. That's it. Always, always.
Term solution, yeah? So it says, you'll cease fighting everyone and everything. You'll be placed in a position of neutrality with no thought or effort on your part. Yeah? That's the miracle of it. Well, how the fuck is it working? Yeah? And I'm saying that fleeting experience of the problem doesn't exist for you can stabilize if you see the problem doesn't exist as you. Yeah? As you. For you would be something's happening and maybe it won't happen.
2 by 4
but
and
as
from.
you're fucking locked into the problem.
Yeah.
If you could have a solution about that, then you'll have a lot more days where the problem doesn't exist for you. Yeah.
Now, these problems that are conjured and thoughts to exist 2 by 4 and from a you or a separate individual entity that's thought to be existing separate from everybody and everything else. Referring to as, when you say as you, the absolute is expressing as you. So if we, as human corporeal forms and manifestations, are already in that default position, and we are, what we're not doesn't believe that, doesn't recognize it. What we are not is that conjured self that believes it's separate from everybody and everything else. So this is a different way of saying what this Neo-Advaitin here, with the birth name and birthright of Paul Hederman, has just stated. As you is the same as saying as the absolute. Because you and this you and all yous that are representations of a human corporeal manifestation of as. See, it's not of that, it's as that. And all of these manifestations that are humanly corporeal are expressions as the absolute is and is not. Is everything and no thing inseparable that is infinitesimally complexified as so and not so, ad infinitum. The infinitesimal complexification of absolutely everything and nothing inseparable. It is so and not so for no reasons, meanings, and purposes other than of its own accord and volition, ad infinitum. That accord and volition is whatever appears to arise as it does. Absolutely everything. And no matter what's identified 2 by 4 and from a conjured self, it is included with absolutely everything anyway, regardless of what it proclaims, regardless of what it continues to proclaim. It's not going to change. It will not change the way that absolutely everything and nothing is inseparably so and not so. That's infinitesimal complexification. Changeless, timeless, boundless, no parameters, no boundaries.
And that's a damn good solution, and that's attractive. And it doesn't demand vigilance. How, if the daily reprieve is contingent on the maintenance of a spiritual condition, if you saw that you are a spiritual condition, wouldn't that be the highest form of maintenance? Just being what you are would be the maintenance. Yeah? But we're not seeing ourselves as spirit. We're seeing ourselves as a brain body, as a doer, as a thinker, as a feeler. Yeah? From that, it's very, very difficult to turn that into spirit. It's impossible, really. So basically, you do a lot of fucking maintenance, and the payoff cost ratio isn't that high. So you go on a 3-month retreat, you feel really good for 2.5 days. Wait a minute, what the fuck's going on? So basically, you're fighting a losing battle because the stubbornness of the identification overrides all the spiritual fucking application. It does. Yeah. But what would happen if you saw that you're not that? Yeah. You'd find out that you're spirit, and then the higher power. Instead of being a higher power of my own understanding, maybe it would be a higher power of its own understanding.
Yeah.
Who wants a higher power of your own understanding?
No.
You get a date, parking at the meeting. You know what I mean? Shoot high, get a date. It's working for me. Man, recovery progresses. So there you are. And it says in the beginning that you have an understanding of your own. But as you move forward, obviously it's going to change because you're going to be introduced to the higher power, and it's not going to be under your sway. You're going to realize you're under its sway.
There you go.
So it's going to evolve into a higher power of its own understanding.
Seemingly.
And that's revelatory. Yeah?
Seemingly evolved.
That's living large. Because like we said last night, when in San Francisco AA, when you came in, they'd ask you to write down, some sponsors, they'd ask you to write down what you'd want in a year of sobriety. And then if you stayed there, they'd bring it out and you see how you'd shortchange yourself completely. You gave yourself a little bit of the pie when the whole pie was offered. Yeah? So the pooper scooper, the dilemma is we're taking ourselves to be the disease, so we can't entertain being free from it. We can only entertain freedom as it, for it, with it, by it.
To,
That's
by,
not
for, and
freedom.
from it.
This parasite is not going to become a service dog. It's not. It's not going to become your little pet. It's got a drive. It wants life. And you are the offering of it. It wants to act out.
Yeah.
And it likes to know, and if you look at our society, look at where we always end up. Those 3 similar parking spaces. Thousands of us different places, different locations, but we usually end up parking at institution, jails, and death. I throw hospitals in there too. Yes?
Try not paying your child
all these
support.
different cars, if they all end up in the
All
same
your
place,
taxes.
they must have the same drive.
You wind up in the same place as
There's one parasite running all of us. Yeah?
types of body mind
And
as
it
well.
shields it being noticed
Sad state of
by
affairs,
the identification.
Sad but true.
When it enters any
Apparently
part of
appears
your
to
life,
happen that
you
way.
call it me when you meet it. You catch the thief quite a lot, but you call it me. You catch the parasite quite a lot during the day, but you call it you. Then it has carte blanche.
Yeah.
This happened with me in the program of AA. Yeah? And then I saw the problem from the solution, and then these descriptions that they shared of observing the effects of the solution, I had an intimate experience of it. I had the intimate experience of being placed in a position of neutrality. Yeah? I had ceased fighting a lot of fucking shit. Yeah? The problem didn't exist for me. I've never had a strong thought or a feeling about getting loaded. For 31 years. Yeah? I don't have to be vigilant about it. Because what I did, which I hope you are going to do, in the first year, knowing the problem resides in the mind, I don't want my sobriety to have my thought system involved, yeah? So I take the suggestions and those actions that they suggest, if I do them sufficiently enough, they turn into habits which are actions without thought. I want my sobriety based on actions without thought. If the action's based on thought, I probably won't do what I need to do. Yeah? So you get the habits in place, that's your foundation, and everyone who's been here who has a long amount of time knows it was all built the first year. The first year is the foundation, and then the house has many, many rooms with the solid foundation. Yes? And the way you may feel sobriety is now isn't going to be the way it is as you grow in. Actually, sobriety grows in you. Yes. And a lot of times I go to meetings and I just hear, you know, it's good to hear what happens after you followed suggestions for years. Not just follow suggestions. All right, I did. Now let's describe what happens if you follow suggestions. The suggestions are sound. Your life now gets based on principle, yes, not on circumstances and situations. And now this action figure that was demanding so much attention because it was running into fucking things, getting arrested, going to court, laying 10 months in a hospital bed, it's like a cow out to pasture. It's not fucking doing anything anymore. Not burning down houses. I'm not thinking, where's the fucking money in the donation box? I don't give a shit about a lot of shit. Yeah? I don't need to be observed at all. I mean, if I was living in a place where you observe you, they would have given up for 20 years. There's nothing new. Yeah? But in that, there's so much fucking freedom. Freedom from the bondage of self. I do not start at thought. I start at pause. I'm not having a spiritual condition. I am a spiritual condition. And it's a possibility for all of us. We've had days with it. We've had hours with it. Yeah. What happens? The strongness of the stubbornness of the delusion arises again, and it convinces us that we forgot. But you cannot forget what you are. You can't forget what you are. You can forget and remember what you're not all fucking day. But what you are is you're being what you are. That which you are is seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, touching right now. And have you demonstrated any thought or effort to see, hear, feel, taste, and touch today? When you had that apple pie, did you have to try, let me taste, you know, was it an effort? I'm going to get the most out of it. Or seeing, hearing. No, basically, the idea that it was you hearing comes after the hearing. Hearing is first, seeing is first, touching is first, smelling is first, and then the mental state arises. It arises. It's not there. It arises and says, oh, I'm the seer, I'm the hearer, I'm the feeler, I'm the taster, I'm the one who's conscious, I'm this, and it just lays its foundation, which is made of fucking sand, and then everything gets built on there, and you live in complete anxiety that anything can fuck it up.
And so, that description of the mental thought system arising, just as the absolute arises, becomes an interference pattern, see? So, the self-identification, the mental thought system that arises of the terminal uniqueness is a conjured interference with that which is already naturally arising. And you're already in that default position, going along with that flow until that idea is entertained, and then the beliefs follow, and then that mental thought system that arises, they say, wait a minute, this is your thought and your life that you're living, so you should entertain this thought that's arising now. Go with that. No, don't go with that. You don't have to go with that. Once it is recognizing that recognition that's not you, it's recognizing the mental thought system arises. That's not it. You never had to listen to that conjured self anyway. You don't have to listen to it anymore. You don't have to pay attention to it. It's going to continue to entertain thoughts, but you can travel lighter, so much lighter around that. You don't even have to ignore it. You just have to recognize it, and it's not you. You're not that. It's that simple.
You live in self-centered fear all day, even if it's not really like inflamed, it's there all fucking day. And so what it says in the big book, it says, what's the cause? It says, why are you in so much fear today? Isn't it because self-reliance has failed you? So the cause of fear in AA's view is self-reliance. fear is not the cause of all causes. It's an effect of self-reliance. If you lose interest in self and then conversely gain interest in that, yes, you're going to outgrow fear. Because you grew into it. You're going to outgrow it. Yes? And most of it is not even fear, it's mental anxiety. The mental state's making shit out of nothing. And it's producing effects. So next week, there is no next week here today. It's not leaking, through the door. Fuck, there's Thursday. Oh, there's one Monday. No, this is just whatever it is, Saturday. Yeah? But we can entertain thoughts about next week and produce an effect now based on what's not happening. You don't see that as a miraculous power that's being misused? Seriously, you don't? You don't see that most of our calamity is based on what's not happening. We're being driven by next week or last week.
Conjurings, yep.
No Labradors fucking doing that tonight.
What?
No Labradors. Will I be playing catch next week? Is he going to take me to the beach? No, it's just fucking a Labrador. He doesn't have any question what it is. It's farting, kissing asses, fucking wanting food all day. It knows it's got a good stick. Convince the fucking human that I love it. He'll pick up my shit for me. It knows exactly how manipulative we can be. He can manipulate us like crazy. Oh, okay, let's go out for a walk at 1 a.m. Yes. This thing needs good, orderly direction. We need to turn our faculties, our facility that's been manufacturing a lot of misery, over to another employee or employer. To a higher power, as it says. We have a new employer, being all-powerful. It's going to take care of us if we perform its works well, which is service, and stay close to it. And you can't be far from everywhere. Yeah? So you only have one requirement. Be available to others occasionally. Fucking, that's too much. Too much. Oh, man, you're putting a big burden on me. That's the deal. So now you have this new employer. What happens? You'll find out. Yeah? You'll find out. Now that it's under its own understanding, it's going to reveal quite a lot. And it says it in a book. Why don't we... Do you feel this? Because this is the truth. On A Vision for Us, it goes like this. This blows me away. Our book is meant to be suggestive only. We realize we know only a little. God will continually disclose more to you and to us. Continually, like now. Yeah? What can it reveal? Peace. Serenity,
surpasses all
satisfaction, not based on circumstances and situations. Yes, wisdom, intuitively knowing what to do when you didn't know what to do. There's so much that can be manufactured through this facility instead of being a ravenous fucking parasite. Yeah, and you're never gonna get fulfilled. What addiction ever becomes satiated? What cocaine user did you ever see saying, "Oh, street cocaine, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give all my cocaine to others. I've reached cocaine nirvana." No, it's I want fucking more cocaine. Because we're not getting out of the real addiction. And it's the mental state's addiction to self. That's the addiction that causes the drive to get relief from it. But all the drives to get relief from it are claimed to be as it, and so the addiction continues. So none of our solutions fucking work. Because we're missing the target. Cocaine is not going to do it. Nothing is. Food, sex, nothing. There's got to be a change. Yes? And the cocaine cannot produce the change. See the original disease. See where it's centered in the mind. And let's make it specific in the thought system. It's not, oh, in the mind. What the fuck is that? You want to see the slavery as an activity. You got to catch it. If you see it, you won't be looking from it. If you see the disease, that's giving you an idea, I'm actually not in the disease right now, because I'm seeing it, yeah? If you see the parasite, it's not on you. Fucking make haste there. Make haste. A lot of information will download when you see it as other than you. A lot of it. And then what happened with me, it was as clear as that day. There's a sentence in the big book when we were leading workshops on the fourth step. We always used it. It's page 64, and it's right before the nuts and bolts, and it says, being convinced, which means to believe with certainty. When? Now. Yeah? Where? Here. Yeah? So being convinced, that's self. That's self. That's self. So self is something other here, right? Being convinced that self manifested in various ways has defeated us. They're different, yeah? They're different. If it was us that defeated us, it would have said it. It would have said, being convinced that Paul, Mary, and every fucking alcoholic's name defeated Paul, Mary, and every other alcoholic's name. It doesn't say that. This idea, self, manifesting in various ways, so by the shit we will know thee. Self. We can't see self because we're identified as it, yes? You can't see it because you call it you. But you can maybe get a hit of it by its manifestations. That's why we do an inventory on its manifestations, so that we can see how self defeated us. We can't see how self defeated us. From here, we've got to see it through the shit. Yeah? All right, so self manifested in various ways. Well, what has defeated us? If you're convinced of that, we're now going to look at its common manifestations. So the first.
And in other words, that's why it appears to be both, but not exclusively as those common manifestations. See, the self-conscious self stops right there at the common manifestations, and it believes and is convinced that it is that. The self-conscious self believes that it's exclusively that which is manifesting those manifestations, and that it's permanently that way, exclusively that way. Exclusively so when it's not. That's another way of saying it.
First, next paragraph is resentment. Then they go to fear. Then they go to harms done to others, and we look at the sexual arena. Yes? Those are the common manifestations of what? Of Paul? No, of self. Let's vaguely call this life, it's manifesting Paul. But it's not Paul manifesting. It's self manifesting through Paul. Yeah? And by manifesting through Paul, it's defeating Paul. And how can you see Paul in the act of being defeated? Paul calls the manifestations of self his own. So now resentments are my resentments, when they're not. They're self. Self has shifted my perception where I see threats where there aren't any. Yeah? Self is manifesting the resentment, the fear, that anxiety constantly, and the harms done to others in pursuit of what you want. Yeah? It's self motivating it all. Why the hell
Conjured
are
self.
we claiming the manifestations of self?
Manifestations
me,
of the
that's
conjured
the act
self.
of being bonded to self.
All
The bondage of self is this act.
fictitional and
We
conjured.
can't recognize its manifestations.
Yeah.
We keep calling them ours. And it's amazing when people, when they do a thorough inventory of resentment, they're surprised when resentments come back. But the source of the resentment's right in place. The self. Of course it's going to manifest the same shit. Yeah? So now you look at a life full of fucking resentments. No matter how many inventories, I still keep getting resentments. Or having resentments, yeah? So now we're in harm reduction, really. But the possibility isn't harm reduction. The possibility is seeing that which I'm calling mine, not mine. And then the manifestations will lead to self. And when you're led to self, all you'll find there is you. There is no self.
Yeah,
it's
you're not that.
us entertaining the idea of being a something.
Yeah. Entertaining.
Nothing else could.
The idea of
Nothing.
a conjure self.
What's happening is the only thing that can produce an effect out of what's not happening. We are what's happening. We are being. We are spirit now.
Coalescing,
always
mixing
now.
with the absolute.
Never not now.
All
But
the
we're
time.
taking ourselves to be this. And this is
We're not that
defeating
conjure
us.
self.
By that opening, by that possibility, through identification, it keeps manifesting into our life and we get
Conjurings.
defeated by them.
Yeah, because we believe them. It's in believing those, man.
There is a solution. There's a solution
of
to
the conjure
this.
self. Drop them all. Just drop
So
'em.
now, when a resentment occurs, you won't call it yours. And you know what? You'll find that it goes much faster. Yeah? You will see that it isn't fear that you're under mental anxiety. You know, I had a fear of a big bus that I fucking cut off in New York City today. The guy gave me the longest horn fuck you for like 30 seconds. I pulled a maneuver. I had a fear about that. That was valid at the moment. But then when I get back and the head's going over it, that's mental anxiety. The head's manufacturing it. It's manifesting it. Yeah? It's manifesting it. And every product it's making, when it comes out, like the little teapot, made in Paul, made in Paul, made in Paul. We own all the fucking things. Yeah? No, made through Paul, but not by Paul. Let yourself off the fucking hook. All the shit that you think you did that was so fucked up, you didn't actually do it. You were under the influence of self. And self never gets called to court. Never. Self will not lay with you in the fucking hospital bed. It'll hover over you like it did me and point out what a fucking stupid fool you were to get run over by that car. That's what it does. It piles on constantly. Piles on. Tells you to jump through 80 hoops. And after the 80th hoop, it changes the course. I don't think so. It's going to be a water obstacle now. It just fucking makes it up. And then why do we get out of it? Oh, please let me enjoy the movie tonight. Fuck, give me a break. Really. I mean, it's like a slave. We're a slave to these thoughts. There is a solution. If you get to the exact nature of the wrong, there's a possibility of getting some more long-lasting relief. Yeah? Do we all, I went to let's say you go to a 3-month rehab, yes? You don't want 30 years of sobriety, 3-month rehab every 3 months of every year. 12 months of every year. You don't stay in a rehab for 30 years usually, yeah? It progresses, hopefully. Yeah, that's what they told me in this place I was in, Delancey Street. Delancey Street was, it was sort of, you ever hear of Synanon? It was a very weird type of rehab. You had to stay there for 2 years, and they used attack therapy like 3 times a week. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they'd bus us to a place, and then you just yell at each other from 7:30 to 10:30. And then when they brought you back to the facility, they'd give you tons of fucking sugar. That's what they did, really. I could not make it. How is this helping it? But Delancey Street used to put out some really nice brochures, and they would claim they had a 90-something% success rate in keeping people sober. But you had to read the fine print. You could never leave Delancey Street. Because I saw from the vice president down, people leaving Delancey Street, and they all came to AA. All of them. Yeah. I saw every one of them fucking walk through the doors of AA. Most of them didn't stay, but I saw them. Oh, there's the vice president. Hey. Welcome to the solution. I spent 2 years there. They didn't even like AA. They didn't even tell me about it, nothing. I left there and I was out in a week. Went on a 10-month run. Thank God I washed up on the shores of AA. Really, I got struck sober, and then AA appeared the next day so I could stay sober, really. And that's what AA's done. AA didn't get me sober, it allows me to stay sober. And I don't think the program is about stopping drinking. I think it's not starting. Really. The whole program is about the space of not starting drinking and using. Yeah, and it's so beautiful in there because there's a lot of freedom in that area. You're like a free-range alcoholic. You don't live in fear of drinking and using. You don't live in a lot of anxiety. Yeah, you never get gypped. You're at it in every moment. You don't believe that you can be out of a moment, so therefore there's no drive to get into the moment. And you don't believe you're in self, so there's no drive to get out of self, to tell you the truth. It may not look like that in the beginning, but it ends up there. There'll be no drive to get out of what you're not in. There won't. The utter clarity of it will formulate over you over time. You will see blue is blue and red is red. Clarity will return, so to speak. Yeah? You'll see what you're not, and you'll be what you are, really. And then hopefully, and it'll be put to use. And my idea of service is, if you've experienced service, when you're in service, you feel available, yeah? You feel bigger. I did, every time. And I tell you, man, it was the most successful activity. I could have been in a real heavy story, and in 10 minutes at a detox, it would be gone. The power of service, it can take us out of that orbit, that self-centered orbit, yeah? And once you realize there's a way out and you start frequenting it blows the whole story of the container, yeah? So you get pulled out. That's why I like going to meetings. I go to 4 or 5 meetings a week where I live, noon meetings, because I listen to other people, pulls the attention out of the orbit, yeah? Pay attention. I don't give a shit what they're saying or anything. I'm feeling this tradition too, this loving presence. I'm feeling it. And I'll tell you, there's been no behaviors that I've done so much that have been so successful than just going to meetings. I mean, what an incredible oasis offered to us, really. I mean, to me, a meeting is a manipulated pause. So maybe the head's building up a story, and then you go to a meeting and it gets derailed, and then the day can go another way. If you were by yourself, it would have laid more track, and there you go. Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable. Can you imagine that thing being so intensely influential in your life, not existing for you? I mean, it's like getting a second childhood, but actually being awake to really, really enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, you never get gypped. You're always here, sleeping, dreaming, here. I never think about, I wish I was doing something else. Unless I come to Dover, then I never think about, I want to get out of New Jersey, unless I'm in New Jersey. In California, I'm never thinking, I want to get out of Dover. But as soon as I get out of here, I want to get out of Dover. So, I don't know, I hope, just come back tomorrow if you like, and just keep entertaining these guys. And the words are not it. You can feel something, yes, in the room. That's the message. The message is there's enough people in this room sitting in the certainty of the solution. It affects everyone in the room. Yeah, it's how everything gets passed on. And if you look at AA, it's one of the most beautiful systems because you need to hear the message. I need to carry the message. I need to hear the message. You need to carry the message. It's very symbiotic, and it's just like electromagnetism. It just keeps recreating itself. Beautiful. It's incredibly beautiful. Yeah? And we're in good hands. And you know what? This could be your last visit to this lovely place. Yeah, it's not like getting left back in school like 85 fucking times. You actually sooner or later move from first grade to second grade. Yeah, I think the program really progresses, recovery progresses also, like the disease, and you'll be moved on. Yes, you'll get what you'll needed here, and then you'll be giving what you got to some other people out there. Yeah, you pass it on. The stuff comes through, and then you pass it on. Yeah, you have it by giving it away. What cocaine dealer ever practiced that? You have it by giving it away. No fucking way. I'm not believing that one. No fucking way. Yeah, if you have any questions, we can talk or whatever shares, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Skip alcohol.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you. But I have a question in the amends process. Going to make an amends to a person. You go, listen, I'm sorry I punched you in the mouth a year ago. But it wasn't me, it was this gorilla that I was dancing.
No, you don't do that.
I can't bring
Yeah.
this gorilla into the room, but
Yeah,
because it'll scare her.
Yeah.
You don't want to do more harm. But in my heart, do I blame the gorilla?
Well, it's not blame. You lay the accountability on that. We shared it last night when, like, say if I have a dog and my dog shits on the neighbor's lawn, I'm accountable for that. I go and clean it up, but I'm not responsible. I didn't take the shit. So basically, after I clean it up, I forget it pretty fast, yeah? But if I thought I took the shit, I may ruminate over it for fucking months. Why did I take a shit on the neighbor? No, I didn't. The dog took a shit, yes? So that to me. But when I'm sharing it with other people, I don't say that, unless they're inclined to listen to it. I just make the amends, yeah? And I'm not saying I'm sorry. I'm declaring I'm intending not to do what I've done to them to anyone else. Amend means to change. So I'm declaring that I'm open and willing for that behavior to change. Yeah, the sorry's, so, and I always, when I used to do, I like a life where I don't have to make amends, like most of the time now. But when I did them, I was taught to always mention that I'm in a program of recovery while I'm doing the amends. Yeah. Yeah, I had this one. I tell you, this happened with me. When I was out there using in San Francisco, I lived in an area called North Beach, and it's very bad parking. And there was a market, Rossi's Market, that I'd go in every day, and I had one of those long like leather type things, and I would steal 2 16-ounce beers and a flat steak or something. And then I'd walk out, and that would be my calories, the food and the beer, until I could hopefully get drugs. So I did this for months, yeah? So when I got sober, and I just conveniently forgot it and avoided it. When I got sober, I heard about a good meeting in North Beach, so I would want to go there on Thursday, and it would be a fucking bitch trying to find parking space. But I would never go down the street that Rossi's Market was on. Yeah? So one day I finally said, I'm going to go make the amends. So I went into the place, asked one of the cashiers. I said, where's the manager? He says, he's upstairs. I went upstairs. I told him, hey, I'm in a program recovery. I used to live here. I stole a lot of shit. Here's $55. I don't know, I just made up the thing. And the guy goes, oh, sure. And so then I walked out, and you know what? I never thought of Rossi's Market again. Our solution to this shit, to the past, is fucking giving up a lot of fucking storage. Yeah? We're storing a lot of shit, yeah? And the windows aren't open. Yeah, it's just like dead energy. This is what AA does. AA is a reclamation of the life that we've auctioned off by the solutions we followed. My idea of, if my right arm was bleeding, I would just look left all day. I just avoided fucking everything, yes? And I thought I could outrun, and I thought I was quite successful, running from people who I owed amends to. And when I got into AA, they'd find me. And I remember I'd see them on the street, and I'd try to put on the gas, and then AA would come up, and I'd pull over, hey, I owe you $50 for that, that phone bill, and just saw a guy cross the street, across the thing at a concert, and actually I thought he saw me and he kicked my ass, so I decided I'll make the amends. I went down after the show, here's money, so like that. So a lot of the amends found me, but that was the most freeing step for me. And what does it tell you? You're held hostage by the past. How can you be here now if all your attention and interest is securing the past and keeping it at bay? That's why you'll do almost anything now, because you're not in now, in a way. You are, but you're occupied. The parasite is the god of yesterday and tomorrow. It is. The parasite lives in the past and the future, and it drags us into the past and the future. The God is a present tense verb. There's no God in the past and the future other than your head. The God is a present tense verb. It's ising right now, yeah? Yeah. This is where the freedom lies, now, here, and now. Yeah. So, anything?
Always, always.
Dave, alcoholic.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Oh, boy.
One thing that confuses me a little bit is, that reference to invariably we find sometime in the past you made decisions based on self, which later places in the position
Yeah,
you're.
yeah.
How can you tell whether the decision you're making is based in self or it's actually coming from me? How do you differentiate?
Oh, in time. In time you will. Once you see the options, you'll be able to have discrimination.
And it's those same options that could be discriminated upon because it took time to develop that idea of self-conjuring, of a self-conjured conjure self. It took time to do that. And the self-conjured conjure self conjured the idea as though it was doing that. 2 by 4 from itself, when it was just all conjured, the whole thing, the whole act. It was just all an act of self-conjuring, a conjured self that never really was. You're not that. It was all made up. It was a character. It was fictional. It wasn't real. It was never real. It was just thought to be real. It was thought to be you. That's thought to be us. It's thought to be you. It's thought to be me. No. No separate you. No separate me. Just presence. Just an appearance. Human corporeal form. And how that expresses. It expresses freely. Without its own accord and volition. Without it. The expressions do not require accord and volition to appear. It is stated that the Absolute is its own accord and volition because the body-mind action figure has no say in that. With the Absolute appearing as it does, as absolutely everything and nothing inseparable. The conjured self has no say in that. And so, eventually, not only do you travel lighter, but you no longer travel as that which you never were, which was that conjured self that you took yourself to be. You never were that. And so there's liberation for you. And there's no need to feel a necessity to acquire or to seek liberation because you're automatically already liberated. Always have been liberated, you just thought you weren't. And you are not even a separate you. Just an appearance of a human corporeal form, temporally, temporarily appearing. Just an appearance along with absolutely everything else. Coalescing, mixing, blending with the Absolute. Ad infinitum. Always, always.
If everything's claimed to be you, there's no discrimination. But it's sort of like if you were a satellite dish and you were picking up one station, yeah, and then another station, and then you could compare the two and see the difference. Yeah? You would feel differently. Yeah, yes. It just takes time. You got to get used to the rewiring, so to speak. And of course, we make mistakes thinking this is God's will when it isn't. But those mistakes can be corrected. They don't mean you. That's it. You know. Yeah, they get corrected, and you fucking learn. And then we're not 2 levels below a coconut. You know, we can sense something, and you can sense, hey, this feels like a vertical insertion. The other is just a horizontal fucking story over and over again. Yeah, I can tell the difference between the downloads. Yeah, yeah. And a lot of times, it's like the instrument. We were talking about it today. A kid plays a sax and John Coltrane plays a sax. It's quite different, yeah? We're an instrument of expression. We're not a cause. we're taken over all day by things. We're taken over by love sometimes, we're taken over by jealousy, we're taken over by hate, we're taken over by boredom. A lot of shit's moving through all the time, yeah? The thing is, we have an option. We have been in a deep faith in a finite idea, self. And we're being moved by the program to leave that failed system to trusting something infinite. That's all that's happening here. And while it's working, honor the demonstrations. When something is worked out, honor it. Yeah, don't let it just go forgotten, because the head wants to willingly forget it. Yeah, honor it, man. This was a big fucking deal and it worked out. And I didn't really have much to do with it. Yeah, you've just seen how the solution works. Yes? Honor it. That's our job. We're not the cause of it, but we're an expression and we can observe its effects. Just like we can now see the manifestations of self, we can see the manifestations of what we call the higher power. And this is one little bone I want to pick, if you don't mind, yeah? So I've been in the community for a long time. Okay, so a lot of us come into AA, we get it, right? And so now we recognize that God's doing for us what we can't do for ourselves, and then a gratitude comes up, and there's humility, and oh yes, I thank for the bountiful presence this has brought me, and it's very nice. We have the ability to respond to that power, knowing it is not us in a sense, it's this, and being grateful for its demonstrations. Why aren't we applying that to the previous God of alcoholism? Yeah? Like it says, this God is doing for us what we can't do for ourselves. That God had us doing shit we would have never done as ourselves. Yes? Why don't we give the same credit to the parasite instead of claiming that we did it all? We're not claiming that we're doing all this. We're claiming God's doing it through us and through the program. Why not see what the alcoholism's done? The alcoholism did through us what we never would have done to ourselves. We have the ability to do it this way. We can have the ability to do it that way. But it's the act of being identified as a doer that we don't see it. We completely believe we did all that shit under the influence. But we don't believe now we're doing all this good shit. That's why most people I see, they don't have the relief of the powerlessness of the first step. The mental state is still claiming, I did all that shit. You didn't. Do you remember when you were out there, I don't know if there's probably no one like cocaine. I was a devotee of cocaine. And I thought I had it going on. I did, Looked good, pretty good, had my little black pants, black t-shirt, and a little retro jacket. We were called New Wave back then, right between punk and then the fucking whatever came out. And we were like a little more sophisticated than the punks, yeah? And so we were doing coke, and we would do it for like a long time. Like, people go on retreats. Go on a 10-day cocaine retreat. It's the most revealing retreat you'll ever go on, because you'll see the fucking beast. Because it will be drilling out another asshole. You'll see it. And you have to realize most of cocaine use isn't fun. It's that rush, it's the ringing the bell, but there's a lot of fucking pay. There's a lot of cost, yeah? But here, so there I would be, you're partying and everything's cool. Then it gets to be about the 4th or 5th, 6th day, and you're in someone's apartment who probably won't have an apartment in another month. Like they have it at that time, because you were in their state, but you've lost everything by now. So, and you're all shooting up in your little corners, and then suddenly you notice you don't have any coke. And then so your eyes start looking on the rug. And the parasite has its little fucking binoculars, total distortion, and it's starting to see lint as possibly cocaine. And then slowly, not much thought, you get on your knees and you start rummaging around, and then The next person see, and they get on their knees, and then you want to build a little fence. Or, hey, get away! This is my area. And you're fucking on like an Easter egg hunt for cocaine. Completely imagined. There's no cocaine. Fucking accept the fact. No! And you'd end up shooting lint. And I did this one time. We heard this guy had opium, and I liked opium. And so we drove to this 3-day metalhead concert in Oakland, and we're going to meet the guy at the pedestrian bridge. We meet him, we get the aluminum foil, it looks, dark and tarry, so we go back to the house, the apartment, and me and my friend Cy shoot it up. And we're not feeling anything, but we're trying to coax ourselves. It's coming on. I feel a little different, and then my girlfriend comes in and says, man, it smells like incense in here. What? We just shot incense. How can I be sure? We shoot it up again. Now, I would never have done that. Something did for me what I could not or would not do for myself in the negative side. I don't understand. We can get the positive so well, why not apply it to the other? So you'll have a lot more freedom from the past. You had a god called alcoholism. And it brought through you shit here. And you were left with the consequences. The same thing that's happening now. The higher power is bringing shit through, and now the consequences are beautiful. It's the same fucking function. It's a different god. Why give credit to this God without giving credit to that God? Yeah. All right, that was it. Oh no, I have one more. One more. You mind? I got one more. I want to give you my idea of blackouts. I'm wondering why this hasn't been published in a scientific journal. So my idea of blackout is this, because I was under many of them. And so when you wake up from a blackout, you come to, you don't remember a swath of time, like 12 hours, whatever, a couple hours, a couple of days, some people, yeah? And so, but when my girlfriend didn't notice I was gone, those 13 hours, I was buying bus tickets, plane tickets, I was eating, I was drinking. When people called Paul, I obviously wasn't standing like this, I said, yeah, what's happening? Yeah, it would seem like a seamless transition, and my feeling is there are many selves, many. And if you drink to an intoxicating level, the brain may get paused, and what happens is while the usual self has been dismantled, another one pops up, and it just seamlessly is called Paul, and it feels like a historical Paul, and the whole thing, it doesn't miss a beat, and no one's fucking, it fools everyone, the girlfriend, your mother, no one fucking knows any difference. You're buying plane tickets, you're making deals, shit like that. But then, when the brain regroups enough, the old, or let's say the stock version self, arises, and for it to have its story, which is I'm you, and I'm the only you that's you, and there's only been me, it has to forget the other self. It has to forget the 13 hours the other self was representing you. Because if there's two of you, there's none of you. Yeah? So that's my thesis. But it feels right to me. Because I swear, I mean, no one says, oh, Paul's gone for 13 hours. Looking right at me. And I was responding like I usually did. But, yeah, something was representing me, and then when the big representative shows up, it has to fucking tell a story. There's no other representative. But there's a movie called Moon. There's a movie called Moon where this guy is, he's working on another planet, another moon outside of Earth. And they found a natural resource that's energizing all the technology on Earth. So he's got a job for 5 years, and he runs all the harvesting machinery. And he's by himself, and he's a Boston Red Sox fan, which made me dislike him. And he has a wife and 2 kids and their pictures, and he's got this whole story. He's only got 5 days left. So he's doing the best job he can do. And then when something happens where there's a message, and he goes out to one of the like the little stations, and he finds someone there, and it's him. It looks just like him. And he brings the thing back, and then the new him, lays the message on the other guy, says, hey, listen, we're a clone. And he says, let me take you downstairs, and there's thousands of him, the same model. And you don't have children, you fuck the Red Sox, like that. You're not getting out in 5 days. Yeah. So you would think, wow, so now the clone is receiving undeniable truth that it's a clone. But what claims to be the hero of it is the human programming. That's what's happening here. Yeah? Spirit is trying to communicate to spirit, and the human program tries to catch it.